About 2 more minutes. And if you haven't already done so, please turn on your cameras and put something in the chat, please. George, honey, I'm not an illusion. The look on your face is like, who's this woman? Thank you, Damon. Julie is not able to talk this morning. And so she asked me to fill in for her. And so that's why I'm here instead of her beautiful face. So bear with me. Let me go ahead and get this out of the way. They are working on my internet lines. They went down yesterday, but it wasn't for long. But if I should go down, I've got a hotspot on my phone, so I will be able to get right back on. So y'all don't go anywhere. Okay, I'll come back to you. Has everybody had opportunity to put something in the chat? Turn your cameras on. Okay. Okay. Hey, I got a good many people. Maybe I missed them. Please make sure you put something in the chat so you get credit for being here. Righty. Julie is recording this so that she can put it on her channel on YouTube, and also so she can review it and see exactly how I covered it, and she'll know where to pick up next Tuesday. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not a real fan of the way they have it laid out in the book. And I have it in an order that, to me, after being in this business for 35 years, makes more sense to me. So hopefully it will make more sense to you. Agency, it is the heart of our business. It dictates everything that we say, that we do, everything. And there's laws and there's rules. In North Carolina, there's really not a general statute about agency. Where agency came from is what's called common law. And I don't know if y'all have ever heard of that, but common law is law that comes from customs and traditions. And that's just the way we've done it forever and ever and ever and ever. And that's pretty much where agency came from. And still today, that is how agency works. I can't go to North Carolina General Statutes and look up a statute that tells me everything I can do and can't do in agency. Now, if I go to GS 93A, which is our license law, because agency in real estate isn't like all other agencies in other professions, there are going to be some laws, okay, honey, about what you can and can't do, specifically with regard to real estate and license law. And of course, there's going to be some commission rules about it. But agency in real estate is pretty much the same as if you were an insurance agent to your client, an attorney to their client, an athlete to their agent. They're all based on common law of agency about how you're supposed to act. And of course, the whole point of agency is representation. You agree to represent that person, which means that you kind of put them up on a pedestal. And you do everything that you possibly can do to further their cause, not yours, their cause. You're taking care of them. You're making sure that every decision that they make is an informed and educated decision, not a decision by the seat of the britches. I mean, guys, if those were the kind of decisions they were going to make, why do they need us? Why would they hire us? The value that we bring to that consumer's table is the fact we're there to take care of them. We're there to inform them what they need to know to make this decision, to make that decision. And there's all kinds of decisions that buyers and sellers have to make in a real estate transaction. Our job is take care of them. Make sure we can't make the decisions for them, but we have to lead them to the water. That's our job. So let me just go ahead and say this. Everything you think you know about agency in real estate, just go ahead and take it and put it in a ball and smush it all together and pretty much just toss it out the window. Boop, gone. Because y'all, I can pretty much tell you, you were told wrong. I don't know if Julie has shared this with you, but my number one rule in my classes is you're never allowed to study with anybody who has a real estate license. If you're studying with somebody who has a real estate license, you need to stop that right now or you're not going to pass this test. I can promise you. Because the way they remember it and the way that it really is, oh, they're eons apart. I had a poor lady that took this class 4 times. And she was an assistant on a team and had been for 16 years. And I said, okay, how do you study? Well, my husband and I, who had a license, study every night. I said, okay, that's out. You're not allowed to study with him anymore. Nope. You're not allowed to ask anybody on your team any questions. I said, if you want to hook up with somebody in the class and, get a study group going, that's fine. But you cannot study with anybody with a license. And she passed it. She aced it. Because y'all, they don't remember quite right. Real estate is so full of old wives' tales. And yet they'll swear, oh no, that's the law. Please tell me where it is. Where is that in the law? And I'll be glad to look it up for you. And you know what? I'll even try to look it up if you don't know. And it's not there. Okay. So guys, everything you think you know about agency, just go on and throw it out the window. And let's just start out fresh with a clean slate. Okay. So what are we hoping to get out of this? Well, we have this form and it's called the Working with Real Estate Agents form. It is a disclosure form. And of course, disclosure's a, $7 word for to tell. So this form is to tell consumers about how real estate works, agency works in real estate, and it allows them and you to make decisions. Remember what I said about that informed decision making that they need to have? That's what that form's for. So you can explain it to them and they can decide, okay, do I want to hire her or him, or do I not want to hire her or him? But at least now I understand it so I can make an informed decision on whether to do that or not. And you're going to learn all the rules about the requirement of that disclosure. Okay. You're going to be able to go in depth and understand what requirements North Carolina has in every one of their agency contracts, no matter what kind of agency it is creating, be it buyer agency, seller agency, property management agency, tenant agency. You're going to know what North Carolina requires. Every agency agreement has to have in it. You're going to be able to explain it to the consumer so that they understand what it is that they are agreeing to if they sign it and hire you. Why they are necessary, what the laws are about soliciting. We're all the time out there trying to solicit business. We're trying to find sellers to list their houses with us. We're trying to find buyers, to come in and buy a house from us. Well, guess what? There's laws about how we can go about soliciting business. You're going to learn all about that. When do we earn our fees? What is our job as an agent? All of those things, all the different types of agency. Not only do we have seller agency, buyer agency, property management agency, tenant agency, we also have exclusive right, non-exclusive, universal agency, general agency, special. Oh, wow. It just goes on and on and on. And you're going to learn all about it. You're going to learn what MLS is. When you talk to people and you say that word MLS, most people have no idea what you're talking about. They know that it's good for a house to be listed in MLS. They're just not really quite sure why it's good. They know they want it. And you've got to understand what MLS is. Because you know what? You need to be explaining this to sellers so that they know what it is. You're not just going to say, oh, yeah, I'm going to put it in MLS. No, tell them what MLS is and what the benefits, what the advantages are of you putting it into MLS. You're going to be learning about contracts because that's what an agency agreement is. It's a contract. And you're going to learn not only how to create agency, but also how to terminate agency. We call this the RPOD. That stands for Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Form. This is a form sellers have to fill out by law on their homes. Now, sellers don't have to tell, but real estate agents do. Okay. And we're going to learn how to properly talk to a seller and explain what his duty is in an RPO. And if he doesn't follow the law, what the consequences are. And we're going to have him fill that out and make it available to all the potential buyers. Same thing with the mineral oil and gas rights. That's what the MOG is about. Does this property have it or not? It's a material fact that has to be disclosed. Talk about being a selling agent. And y'all, let me tell you, testable item. If you are an agent working with or for a buyer, you will be known as the selling agent. If you're working for the seller, then you will be known as the listing agent. And you're going to need to know the difference between working for a buyer and working with a buyer. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what does it mean to be a customer? What does it mean to be a client? What's the difference? We're going to also talk about having two clients in the same transaction and how that is a conflict of interest, but how we handle it. Okay. We're also going to talk about how that can be modified somewhat so that it's more consumer concentric. And even though you are a dual agent, you can modify it into going back to being an exclusive agent, which is better for the consumer. And of course, we're going to learn how to calculate commissions. And guys, if you're not going to be able to learn how to calculate a commission, then you need to go ahead and drop out right now. You got to be able to calculate a commission. Okay, so there's more than just common law of agency that comes into the arena of agency. Yes, the basis of agency is based on common law. Okay. But guys, there's also contract law. And you know, kind of putting the cart before the horse, we're not actually going to talk about contract law until chapter 9. Even though we're going to talk about contract law a little bit, because agency contracts are agency contracts. And the basis of them is contract law. License law. And y'all, I don't know, you know, general statutes, you know, they call them an NCGS, North Carolina General Statute. General statute means law, okay? And do you need to know, like, landlord tenant is General Statute 42, that disclosures 47? Nah. But guys, you should know that license law, your law, once you get a license that dictates what all you can and cannot do, is General Statute 93A. Now, you also come up under commission rules. And again, I'm not sure if Julie has shared with you what the difference is. Well, GS 93A is a law. Commission rules, those 9 people that serve on the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, had the authority that has been given to them by North Carolina to come up with their own rules and regulations. They're not laws, they're rules and regulations. But if you violate them, you'll be treated just as if you violated a law. But they're the ones that write this rule book. This doesn't take legislative change like it does to change a law. All it takes is for those 9 people to get together in a meeting and vote on it. And those rules can be changed, taken out, added new rules. I mean, they have total autonomy over it. And that's called Chapter 58. So, and y'all, there's lots of other laws that come into play here. There's fair housing laws. There's equal credit opportunity laws, Fair Credit Reporting Act. And all of these come into play because our business is based on agency. And dang near every law practically comes into play here. So it's not just a matter of learning common law. And again, like I said, y'all, it is based on common law, and a lot of this came from Old English law. 200 years ago. And of course, it's kind of dribbled down and, oh, well, this is the way we've done it. This is tradition. This is what the custom's been. And I don't know if any of y'all ever watched those law shows about precedent setting cases. Oh, these attorneys in these law shows, they get so excited when they're involved in a precedent setting case, because what a precedent setting case is a case that sets precedents for the law. It kind of determines from then on out as to who wins this case, what the law's going to be, how it'll be judged in the future. You'll be in a court battle and you'll hear these attorneys arguing, and then they'll say, based on Roe versus Wade, or, some court case. And that's why they're referencing it, because they're telling the judge, hey, judge, remember, this precedent was set by this lawsuit. So we should be looking at what was the outcome of that lawsuit to determine what we're going to do here. And so, that it sets a precedence in, because agency is so personal in nature. It's hard to have a law about everything. But, the reality of it is, guys, number one, you always put your client's interest first. If you do any less than that, then you're subject to a breach of agency. And whoa, breach of agency is an automatic violation of license law, which then means you could lose your license. Plus, you can be sued in civil court for not doing what common law requires you to do with your client, which is put them first. Their interest always comes first. And y'all, it's the same agency in all of these relationships. Attorney-client, doctor-patient. When somebody has an attorney draft a power of attorney, and they make that person their attorney in fact, that's what that person's called. And that attorney in fact is given the authority to act on behalf of, to represent this person who has entered into this power of attorney with them. And it could be as broad, and you could do everything they can do, or as narrow as what the power of attorney says you can and cannot do. Whatever's agreed upon. And y'all, these are all agency relationships, just like our agency relationship with our principals or clients. Now, y'all, we are not automatically somebody's agent. Agency has to be created. So we have to know who the parties are in an agency relationship. Now, again, it is based on common law of agency. And of course, who's always number one? The principal or the client. Now, y'all, on the test, they probably will use that term principal, okay? But client means the same thing. They're interchangeable. That is the person who hires you, who does say, okay, yes, I want that licensee to be my agent. Well, guess what, y'all? That's not really true. Here's how it's going to work. The agent, okay? I hate to tell you this, y'all, but that isn't going to be you. Nope. You're going to be this guy right here, the sub-agent. The agent is going to be the firm you work for, okay? Now, have y'all talked about entities and sole proprietorships? Yes? No? Okay. In North Carolina, in order to be somebody's agent, you have to do one of two things. You have to either be a broker in charge and not be an entity, just be a sole proprietor broker in charge, okay? And if you are a sole proprietor broker in charge, you can be an agent, okay? The other option is you can create an artificial person to be the agent. That's you creating an S Corp, a C Corp, an LLC, a partnership, but some type of entity that is looked upon by law as being a person. They're just an artificial, non-natural person. And you create them with the Secretary of State. And then once you've created them, now remember that in order to do the business of real estate, what you got to have? A license. And so you have to get a license for your entity because it is a person. It's just a non-natural person. And you get that from the Real Estate Commission. And that's called a firm license. Now, of course, every office of that firm has to have a broker in charge. Okay, so there does still have to be a broker in charge, but the agent, who that buyer is hiring, who that seller is hiring, who that property owner is hiring, to manage their properties, who that tenant is hiring, to help them find a rental. That is either the firm or the sole proprietor broker in charge. That is who the agent is. Now, you, when you get a license, are going to go to work for either a sole proprietor broker in charge or a firm. Okay? So because you then will go to work for an agent, be it a sole proprietor BIC or a firm, you will become a representative, an agent for that agent. And an agent for an agent is what we call a sub-agent. So you're going to be a sub-agent. Now, when you go to work for your broker in charge or your firm, You're going to sit down with them and they're going to go over what their policies and procedures are. And they're going to make you an offer, okay, about you being a sub-agent, an agent for the agent, and how you will be compensated when you go out and procure clients for your BIC or your firm. And when you close those transactions, then your firm or your BIC will give you a certain amount of money for having acted as the one-on-one liaison for procuring that business for the firm or for the BIC. So you will not be the agent. The firm or the BIC will be the agent. You'll be the sub-agent. And agency, again, here's one of those $7 words, is a fiduciary relationship with that consumer. What that means is fiduciary means a relationship of trust and confidence. They should be able to trust us and have confidence in us that we're going to take care of them and that we are going to keep their confidences. We're not going to go out and blab. We're going to keep our mouths shut about what they told us. Yeah. That's what that word means. And y'all, agency is the epitome of a fiduciary relationship. Now, that word customer means I have no agency relationship with that consumer. And guys, when you first meet anybody out there on the streets, they are your customer to begin with. They're always your customer because they hadn't hired you yet. And so you have to treat them like a customer. And all the customer ever gets is honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material facts. That's it. Oh, but if they hire me, ooh, law, they get obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accountability, reasonable skill, care, diligence, putting them on the pedestal. You're number one. I'm always going to take care of you. I'm always going to make sure you're making an informed decision. But if you're my customer, honesty, fairness, disclosure, material facts, that's it. That's it. Now, this word right here, facilitator and transaction or transactional broker, we don't have that in North Carolina. Guys, you have got to represent somebody in every transaction you're involved in. You have got to have a client in every transaction you are ever involved in. But on the national part of the test, y'all, there's quite a few states now that do allow facilitators and transactional brokers. And what these are is what we call non-agents. Y'all, they're deal makers. They don't represent anybody. They just put the deal together. Everybody is their customer. They do not create agency relationships. They're non-agents. And again, we don't have that in North Carolina, but you might see just a passing question, and you just really need to know what they are. Okay. All righty. So again, these are the players. And we've gone through who each one of these are. Okay. And these are the duties. Now, I use the acronym OLD CAR, okay, to remember the 6 duties. But y'all, these aren't just the duties that you owe to them. I mean, these are the bases, but it goes so much further than this. Now, obedience. I think I got, no, okay. I thought I did. Obedience, y'all, if my client tells me to do something illegal, do you think I can do that? Oh, I'm thinking not. No. I'm not going to go to jail for you. Yes, you are my client and I am here to look out for your best interest, but no, I'm not going to jail for you. So y'all, if my client asks me to do something and it is illegal, then I just have to tell them, I'm so sorry. I am only duty bound to obey your lawful instructions. Now, y'all, what if a seller says to me, Nancy, I want you to have an open house? Would I need to do an open house for them? Yeah, that's legal, perfectly legal. Okay. And y'all, my loyalty is to my client. I used to tell everybody in my classes, treat everybody like you would treat your mama, and you'll always be safe in agency. And now I've gotten to the age where I tell everybody, treat them like your children. Take care of them like your children, and you'll always be safe. And disclosure, tell your clients everything. Now, remember what I said about a customer who does not hire you. They are not your client. They're not your principal. You owe them honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material facts. Guys, you own disclosure of material facts to everybody, be they a customer, be they a client. It matters not who they are to you. Everybody gets material facts, but clients get even more. Clients get your opinions, your professional opinions. Customers, not so much. Okay. You tell your client everything, and you hold their confidences. If they tell you that they're moving because, they're behind on their payments and they're, looking at, potentially being foreclosed on, y'all, you keep your mouth shut. You don't tell anybody that. If they tell you that they're moving because he lost his job and they can't afford that house anymore, no, not their business. Nobody's business. You hold their confidences and you account for every penny that you come into possession of money in that transaction. You have to safeguard it. The law says you have to safeguard it. And reasonable skill, care, and diligence. A lot of agents think that once you get the house under contract, okay, my job's done. Y'all, in a lot of cases, your job just started. You got it under contract, but then it's a challenge to get it to the closing table. You've got to be diligent. You have got to answer questions, provide information, provide documents when it's asked for. You've got to be diligent. You have to take care of your client. Always. They're number one. And again, y'all, you're supposed to be the expert. You are supposed to be the real estate expert. Real property is your product. You're supposed to know everything about it. So you've got to make sure your buyer or your seller is making an informed decision about everything. It's your job to educate them. You owe them old car. So again, guys, remember who the agent is. The agent is going to be either the sole proprietor, broker in charge, or the firm. And again, we talked about old car being client level services. And even though I've already told you, here's the slide that says what customer level services are. Customers do not hire you. They do not sign an agency contract with you. They are not your number one. You have absolutely no agency duty to them. None. You owe them to be honest. And guys, you're going to be honest with everybody. No matter what, you're always going to be honest, and you're always going to be fair. And, we have this one lady in our market, and she's a buyer's agent predominantly. She doesn't like to list. She likes to have buyer clients. But guys, she has alienated all of the agents in our market because she is so confrontational. She's not fair to the other side. I mean, she'll get up in that listing agent's face and my buyer this and my buyer that. Hello, really? What good is it doing your buyer client to make the listing agent angry? No. Y'all, the listing agent has direct access to the seller. And if that listing agent goes back and shares with that seller what a putz that buyer agent was, that seller's going to get angry. And what's going to happen to that buyer's negotiating ability? Down the toilet. No, and that buyer makes an offer and that seller's just going to reject and send it back. Even if it's a decent offer. Not going to happen. And she didn't get this. She just could not get that she was actually harming her clients by being this way. She wasn't fair. So guys, you do have to be fair. You got to think about the big picture here. What's the purpose? Okay, I'm a buyer's agent. That buyer wants to write an offer on this house. Y'all, what does that mean? That means that buyer wants that house, right? And so, no, I'm not going to go make that listing agent mad. No. And y'all, you know what? And this does not happen, but it should. What should I, as the buyer's agent, do in a case when my buyer is making an offer? Y'all, I should be trying to sell that offer to the listing agent. So that when that listing agent goes to present it to the seller, hopefully, maybe something I've said might put my buyer's offer in a better light. Yeah. Be fair. Don't take this is not a war. Okay. It's not buyers against sellers. It's not a war. Be fair to the other side. And of course, disclose all material facts. And right now, y'all, she keeps saying this material fact stuff. What is all that? Well, we're going to talk about it. Okay. So don't worry. You're going to know what they are. Okay. So the principal, the client, they're the one who does the hiring. Okay. I whip out my little working with real estate agency disclosure form, and I explain to them that according to my company's policy, this is what we can offer them. Okay. We can offer to represent them. We can offer, to have them as a customer. We can offer them to do this, depending on what our company policy is. And I go through all of that. I explain it to them. Okay. And then they can make a decision now. They can make an informed decision. Hire me or don't hire me. And y'all, they've got to be educated before they can make that decision. And the Real Estate Commission requires that I use that disclosure form to educate them so that they are now making an informed decision. Now, once I've informed them, once I have educated them, in order to hire me or my company or my BIC, we have to sign a contract. Okay. Now in North Carolina, all agency is created with a contract. Okay. However, there is one type of agency in North Carolina that you can create with an expressed contract, which just means we talked about it and we came to terms. So it's an oral contract. There's one type of agency in North Carolina that you could do that way. It's allowed by law. But again, that's going to depend on the policy, that your BIC has for your office. Okay. Now, okay, I'm going to make two statements. What is it called? It's called non-exclusive buyer agency. Okay. And, it is a form of buyer agency. But if they do want me to be their one and only agent, that can't be done orally. And we're going to talk about the difference between exclusive right, and non-exclusive agency. Seller agency, okay, you cannot be hired as a listing agent without a contract. It has to be put in writing from the get-go. They cannot hire you without a contract. Property manager, they cannot hire you without a contract. No oral agreements for listings or property managements. Nope, not going to happen. Okay. Now, the employment contract that the consumer signs, y'all, it's not hiring per se you, it's hiring your firm or your sole proprietor broker in charge to be their agent. Now, here's another thing, y'all, that you probably didn't realize. When they hire your firm or your sole proprietor BIC, not only are they hiring you to be their liaison with the company, y'all, they're hiring every other affiliated licensee in that company or under that broker in charge. Every one of them. Now, they're not going to be the one-on-one liaison like you are, and they're not going to get paid for being their agent, but the reality of it is they are that consumer's agents through sub-agency. So not only do I work for every buyer, seller, property owner, tenant, whatever, I procure from my firm as a customer or a client, I will be the one-on-one liaison, and I will be the one that will get paid for being that liaison. But the reality of it is I work for every client, no matter who they are, of my BIC or my firm. And so does everybody else. That's how it works. Okay. So who is the agent? And again, we said it's either the firm or a sole proprietor broker in charge. That is who the agent is. Now, remember, y'all, every firm must have a BIC for every office they have. So there's always got to be a BIC because, y'all, how do you talk to a non-natural person? You can't. They're non-natural. They're an entity. But by law, they're being recognized as a person. So who's going to be the personification of that firm with regard to agency? The BIC. Yep. Okay. And so what is that sub-agent? Very, very simply put, a sub-agent is an agent for an agent. And so when I am an agent for a BIC, when I am an agent for a BIC who's an agent for a firm, we're in a sub-agent position. And so I am going to indirectly, because I'm an agent for an agent, work for every client that firm or that BIC has. Yeah. They are supposed to. Every agent has a duty, every licensee, when they are talking to a consumer and they're, looking at potentially soliciting this consumer, that's one of the first questions you're supposed to ask. Are you working with another agent? And they are supposed to tell you the truth. Then question number 2 is, have you signed anything? Because if they have signed a contract for agency, more than likely it's an exclusive contract. And in that case, I got to back off, hands off. Now, if they're in a non-exclusive, they're fair game. Yeah, but I need to ask, but in the agency contracts, there is a disclaimer written in there to that consumer saying, consumer, you have been asked if you are in an agency relationship and in a contract with any other licensee, and you have answered no. And then they have to kind of initial there saying that, yeah, I'm still, saying no. And so now if they haven't been honest with you, you're not liable for it. Yep, you got to ask. And they are supposed to tell you. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. Y'all, this is what it looks like. If I am a BIC and I'm a sole proprietor and I have allowed all of these agents or licensees to affiliate with me, and y'all, because I am a BIC, I can allow a PB to affiliate with me. So these could be PBs, they could be full brokers, whatever. Okay. And Nicole, honey, that's a good question. How long are the agency contracts good for? Well, that's negotiable between you and the person whom you're trying to solicit to be your client. Your BIC will give you guidance, and it will probably have something in your policy manual about what he would prefer as terms for agency. And the market in a lot of cases sometimes will kind of drive that as well. In an average market, okay, most agents probably would not want to go any less than 90 days. I always ask for 6 months, but that's me. Okay. So that's kind of a negotiable item between you and that consumer. And you, of course, would get, advice from your BIC as to what your BIC would prefer, since you're representing your broker in charge. So this is, okay, I was a full broker. I had the experience requirement. And so I went ahead and applied for my BIC eligible status. And then I went ahead and bumped it up to broker in charge. And now I'm just BICing it, out there. I'm not an entity. And guys, I can go out there and just work all by myself as a BIC. But if I want to do things like advertising, I want to do listings, I want to hand out business cards, I want to, promote myself at a cocktail party as being in the business of real estate, well then guys, I only have one of two options. I've either got to be a BIC or I've got to affiliate with a BIC. If I'm not affiliated with a BIC and I'm not a BIC, then y'all, I can't do any of those things. Okay. So here I am. I have not created any kind of entity. I'm just BICing it out there on my own. Oh, and then I decide I want to hire some licensees to come work for me. So I allow them to affiliate with me. And then this person who works for me goes out and procures this client. Well, guys, there's not a red arrow that goes straight to them because they're not the agent. They are the sub-agent. So the way the agency flows is it flows through the BIC, who is the agent, through to the sub-agent. But guys, here's reality. It matters not who procured these clients. Every licensee that works for this BIC works for every one of these clients through sub-agency. Sure do. Every one of them. Now, I may have been the one that went out and procured that one, and I do have an agreement with my BIC that I am going to act as the one-on-one liaison representing my BIC. And for that, if the transaction goes to closing and we get paid, then the BIC and I have a contract in play, how much the BIC gets and how much I get. The experience requirement for a broker in charge is 4,000 hours of activities that required you a license to do them. And what the law says is you have to have 2 years full-time real estate experience within the last 5. And so they're looking at that as being a 50-week year, 2 weeks for vacation, 40 hours a week. So that's 2,000 hours a year. So 2 years is 4,000 hours. So once you have that 4,000 hours experience and being a PB, that counts, okay? You can apply for your BIC eligible, which comes first. And you got to, take how to be a BIC class and, and then, I mean, can you do them both at the same time? Yeah, you can do your BIC eligible and then right behind it, become a broker in charge just by, doing a little bit more paperwork. But if you become BIC eligible and you continue to maintain that BIC eligible status, then anytime you want to step into being a BIC, absolutely. All you got to do is notify the commission. Hey, I want to be a BIC. 2 weeks later, oh no, what was I thinking? Hey, commission, I don't want to be a BIC anymore. A year later, you want to be a BIC? Yep, you can step right back in. A month later, oh no, goodness gracious, I forgot all about how bad this was. And you step back out. So you can step in and out and in and out anytime you want to, as long as you notify the commission, and there's a form for that, and you have maintained your BIC eligible status. Okay. All righty. So this is how agency works in a sole proprietorship. Okay. The only thing you're doing really, guys, when it's a firm instead of a sole proprietor big, you're just putting another agent in there. One more box. So in this case, here's the firm. And of course, the firm had to get a license with the commission. And the firm's going to be the agent. Okay. So when because I am affiliated with this firm, went out and procured this client for the firm. Okay, y'all, that client is not hiring me. They're hiring my firm. And then the way that the agency flows is they hired the firm hired the BIC, and the BIC hired us. So I am a sub-agent for the BIC, who is a sub-agent for the firm. And again, y'all, I have an agreement with my firm and BIC that if I go out and procure that client, I'm going to represent the firm as a one-on-one liaison taking care of this client. And if we make it to the closing table, then they are going to share what came into the firm as commission with me according to my contract with them. But guys, remember, I may have been the one that procured them, and I am the one-on-one liaison that's going to take care of them. But every client of that firm is the client of every licensee and BIC affiliated with that firm. Okay, now, Mary, honey, let me clarify that for you, okay? Because Keller Williams, Coldwell Banker, Remax, what's some other ones? Those are not firms, okay? Those are franchises. And the firm is the corporation that bought the franchise to use their name. And so basically what, Coldwell Banker and Keller Williams, that's an assumed name. And the corporation, okay, has to file an assumed name with the courthouse and then send copies of that registration of that AKA, okay, or DBA, to the commission. So the commission says, when somebody calls and says, oh, that Keller Williams, yeah, but what's the firm? It's Keller Williams. No. And y'all, that's why the firm's name has to be on every sign. And it has to say something to the effect of independently owned and operated. I was with Prudential for a lot of years, and Prudential is no more. So that's why I like to use it. And the firm that owned that right to use the Prudential, a franchise, their logos and all that, was Carolina's Realty. That was the name of the firm. And so it was Carolina's Realty, Inc. Okay. So guys, Carolina's Realty, Inc. was the firm. That's who had the license. But we were using an assumed name, Prudential, and we had to register that name in every county that we did business in, and then send a copy of that registration to the commission, so that if a complaint did come in about Prudential, then they would have all of the Prudential's AKAs, and depending on the area, kind of narrow down who it was. But you still, on every sign, it had the Prudential, it had the Rock, the whole kit, but every sign had to have Carolina's Realty Inc. on it, because that was the agent. And so when you go to work, if you go to work for a franchise, then you've got to know who the firm is, because that's the agent, not Keller Williams, not Coldwell Banker, not Remax. It's the entity that was created for the purpose of doing business, and they have to have a firm license, and their name has to be on the sign. So when the person hires that firm, they're not hiring Remax. They're not hiring Keller Williams. They're hiring the entity that was created, the firm. Okay, Mary, hopefully that cute, hopefully dispelled some confusion. Okay. And y'all, again, lots of firms have lots of offices. And so you're just adding more BICs and more, affiliated licensees, but it still works the same way. And y'all, here's the thing, okay? Let's say this BIC's office is in High Point, and this BIC's office is in Winston-Salem. And so there is an agent, a licensee in this office, who went out and procured a seller client, listed a house. And then this licensee over in the Winston-Salem office, they procured a buyer client. And then that buyer client became interested in that seller client's house. Y'all, we got two clients, same firm. That's a dual agency situation. And y'all, that's some high risk real estate, and we're going to get into that, okay? Okay, and again, guys, we talked about fiduciary. Fiduciary is a one-way street. We owe it to the client, but y'all, they don't owe it back at us. What does a client owe us? They owe us good faith. What good faith means is they owe us to do what they say they're gonna do and to tell us the truth. They also owe us not necessarily to pay us, but to make sure we get paid. I mean, y'all, buyers rarely pay their buyer agent. Now, in commercial real estate, yeah, they do, but not in residential. Typically, as a buyer's agent, I will get paid by the listing firm. So when I go in and I'm entering into an agency agreement with that buyer, I'm going to say, okay, buyer, I don't expect for you to pay me out of your pocket, because I know you're having to come up with a down payment, you're having to come up with closing costs, and you probably don't have enough money left over to pay me my commission. And that's okay, but I do expect you to protect me to make sure that I do get paid. So in essence, what I'm saying to that buyer is, buyer, I will show you every home that meets your wants, your needs, and desires, as long as I do not put you in a position to have to pay my commission. So y'all, I'm going to show them everything. I'm going to look it up in the multiple listing service. If I've told that buyer that my fee with that buyer is 4%, well then y'all, I'm going to have to look for listings that meet their wants, needs, and desires that are offering 4%. Because that buyer has a duty to protect what they agreed to pay me. Not necessarily to pay me. Okay? All righty then. Okay, so we were talking about this a little bit earlier, There are, oh goodness, y'all, and I've just been running my mouth. I do tend to get into my zone and everything else disappears. So it is 10 o'clock. It's actually 7 after. And so actually it's 8 after. So we are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Okay. So if y'all will be back at 10:18. Okay. All righty, one more minute. When you check in, please put something in the chat. Turn your cameras on. Okay, don't forget to put something in the chat. Let me know you're here. All right. Okay. The three classification of agency. Okay. Um, and again, remember, agency is the same thing that you would create if you were doing a power of attorney with somebody. Okay, so this is very applicable to that. But the same holds true with any other common law agency. Um, so let's look at how they're classified. Okay, universal, and again, we typically think of this in the realm of power of attorney. Someone is judged to be incompetent, and the court orders, somebody to take over their affairs. And literally, this court order makes you that person. You do become that person for all extent and purposes. According to the law, you are that person. You can spend their money. You can sell what they own. You can buy in their name. You can do anything they can do, anything. Okay. It's universal. It's unlimited as to what you can and cannot do. Can you also do it with a power of attorney? Well, sure you can. When my father-in-law was sick with leukemia, he knew that the day was going to come, when he wasn't going to be mentally competent. So he went ahead and signed a universal power of attorney for my husband to become him. And y'all, as soon as he signed it, my husband could do anything that my father-in-law could do. Sign checks in his name, sell what he owns, spend his money. Basically anything that his dad could do, he could do. He had that power because he was the universal agent of his dad. And so that's typically, the only time you're going to see this, guys. Okay. You're never going to do this in real estate for somebody. No, 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 no. Yeah, we got enough risk. You do not want to invite this kind of risk. Okay. Then we have what's called general agency. And general agency is when you enter into some type of a representation agreement to become their agent, and you are going to do a lot, but it is limited. It's not universal, it's limited, but it is a lot. Now, typically the only time that you would ever be a general agent in real estate is if you were doing property management. And y'all, again, depending on, what you were hired to do, okay, would determine whether you were a general agent or not. Because y'all, reality is this: a property management agreement where you agree to manage somebody's property and rent it out and all that, it can be as narrow or as broad as you and that property owner want to make it. If all he wants you to do is pick up the rent check every month, no problem. You can be his agent for that purpose only. Okay, well, in that case, you're not going to be a general agent. But if he wants you to do everything, he wants you to fix stuff when it breaks. He wants you to evict them. He wants you to vet them. He wants you to, do the leases and manage the money and da. Okay, well, in that case, you're going to be a general agent. You're doing a lot, but you're not doing everything for them. It's not universal. It's limited, but a lot. Okay. This is typically what you're going to be in real estate, a special agent, where you've only been authorized to do one or two things. And this really, okay. Have any of you looked at the 101 listing agreement in the forms packet that they sent to you? Lane sent you the forms packet in that email that she sent to you. And the exclusive right to sell is Form 101. It is the listing agreement. Anybody looked at that? Okay. All right. So let me ask you this question. What does a seller hire you to do? Anybody have any ideas? What's your job when you take on agency for a seller?
Would it be to have their best interest and to get the highest return?
Again, all of that is true, but in the contract, it says that you have one job to do. Thank you. LeDwayne, is that? I may not have pronounced that right, but I apologize if I didn't. Bring a ready, willing, and able buyer to his table. That's your job. That is what he hires you to do. Now, in the doing of that, is there a whole bunch of other stuff you're supposed to do? Oh, yes, there is. But that is your job. That is what he's hiring you to do. Now, let me ask you this. If you bring that seller a ready, willing, and able buyer, does he or she have to sell their house to them? No, they don't. But if you earned your commission, oh, yes, you have. Uh-huh. Yes, yes, you have. Let me, and let's go here. Here it is. And I'm going to show you this in case you haven't already done it. Okay. When you click on the link that's in your email, this is where it's going to take you. This is our website. Okay. And you see right here, you have a choice. You can either click on syllabus or you can click on forms. So when you click on forms, it's going to upload them to your computer. And you can see right here, I don't know if you can, no, you can't see this, but down on my toolbar, there is a file folder. It's blue. And that's where all the forms are. So I'm going to click on it. Okay. I don't know why y'all are not seeing this. Oh, okay, there. Then it didn't show it to you. There you go. Okay. And so see this blue file folder? You're going to click on that. Here is your 2T. That's your offer to purchase. And so I'm looking for the 101, excuse me, 101 right here, exclusive right to sell. See, when I hover over it, it tells me what it is. So I'm going to click on it. Okay. Y'all, here it is. Now, if I go down here, right here, paragraph 6, listing price. Well, okay. Yeah, this is where I'm going to put it. But y'all, you know what I'm doing right here? And this is very important because you have to know when you've done your job. I am defining for the seller what a ready, willing, and able buyer is. Yeah, that's what this paragraph's for. Okay. A buyer that brings this amount of money, which is the list price. Seller saying, I will accept this. Okay. And if a buyer brings me this, they're a ready, willing, and able buyer. Okay. And of course, cash. Okay. This is all of, the different types of offers that can be brought. It could be an FHA offer, a VA offer, a USDA offer, conventional loan assumption, if it is a assumable loan, seller financing, if he can finance it, or is it some other special program? Okay. Seller agrees to sell the property for the listing price or for any other price or any other terms that are acceptable to the seller. But here's the thing, y'all. If he checks, any of these, and a buyer comes with an FHA, and let's say we listed it for $350,000 FHA. Now, ready, willing, and able. Guys, to meet the burden of that terminology, basically all the conditions of that offer would have to be satisfied. Well, if they're just in the offering stage, those contingencies haven't been met. But if they bring all cash and no conditions, is that a really willing and able buyer? Sure is. And so I present that offer to the seller. And seller says, you know what, Nancy? I decided I don't want to sell. Well, you know what? That is perfectly okay. You don't have to sell your house, but go ahead and get your checkbook out and write me a check for my commission because you owe it to me because, and here's where it says it, I brought you a ready, willing, and able buyer. Do you see that right here under number 7, firm's compensation? If a ready, willing, and able buyer is procured by the firm, go ahead and give me my check. That is when my compensation is due, because that's what the seller's hiring me to do. Find him a ready, willing, and able buyer. And if I do that, now I'm going to be nice and I am going to be diligent in getting him to the closing table because I am going to wait till closing where he can then pay me my fee out of the proceeds of the sale of his house. But when have I earned it? When I bring him a ready, willing, and able buyer. Okay? That's what that contract says. And so, yes, if I'm a seller's agent, oh, I am a very, very limited what I'm going to do, agent. Okay. And so I'm going to be a special agent. And the same thing with a buyer. Buyer wants me to find them a piece of real property that meets their wants, needs, and desires. So again, yeah, I mean, is there kind of a lot entailed to that? Yeah, but my basic job as their agent is to find them that piece of real property that meets their wants, needs, and desires. So again, I'm going to be a special agent. Okay. Now, those two words, implied and expressed. Now, have y'all learned what those words mean? Okay, implied, and y'all, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. We can be talking about agency. We can talk about contracts. We can talk about easements. We can talk about all kinds of stuff. Okay. And they're always going to mean the same thing. Implied is by your actions. Okay. If I act like it and you let me, okay, what we got is an implied agreement between us. And y'all, you have to be very, very careful about this with agency. Because, and y'all, I have to really, because the mama in me, oh yeah, I meet people and I immediately want to start taking care of them. Well, y'all, if they haven't hired me, I can't take care of them. I got to treat them as customers. Honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material facts. So I got to be very, very careful that I don't imply that I'm taking care of you and you're letting me. Y'all, that's agency all day long. It's just implied agency, which is totally illegal in real estate, even though you're doing it and you are still carrying the same amount of liability, but you will be getting no compensation whatsoever. None. So you don't ever want to do implied agency. You're just dangling out there on that liability limb. Don't go down that path. No. Now, expressed doesn't mean by our actions. It means we sat down and we talked about it and we came to terms. Now, the only kind of agency in North Carolina you can do expressed is, okay, guys, non-exclusive. It has to be non-exclusive, and it has to be by our agency. That's it. If somebody wants me to list their house, can't do that orally. Somebody wants me to be their property manager, can't do that orally. Now, here's kind of how that came about. When I first started in real estate all those many years ago, buyer agency really wasn't in the market yet. It was just starting. And when I first started, sellers were always our clients. We never worked for buyers, never, ever, ever. And then they kind of started this in commercial, because y'all in commercial stakes are very, very high. And so buyers, decided that, okay, we want representation. No, I don't want you to represent the seller against me. I want you to be my agent. Oh. And so the buyers would say, okay, either I hire you and you're my agent, or we're just not going to work together. And so when all of that started coming about, law, just black and white law said, you can't hire anybody without a contract. So guys, guess what? If a buyer wanted to hire you, you had to get them to sign a contract, or they had to stay your customer. You couldn't work for them. Well, real estate agents were getting buyers to sign these contracts. And y'all, they were treating the buyers like dirt. Yeah. That they would get a buyer to sign a contract, and y'all, they would get them to sign a contract for a year or two. Yeah. And the buyer would say, okay, now you're my agent, find me a home. Well, here's a stack of MLSs, printouts, from the MLS, and here's a map. Now you run on out and you just take a look at these houses, and if I have time, you give me a call when you see one you want to look at, and I might be able to show it to you. Y'all, that's not even good customer service, much less client service. And what did it do? Oh, y'all, it made the buyers so angry. I mean, still today, I have buyers say to me, I had to find my own house. That jerk didn't do anything, and he still got paid. He made me sign a contract for a year, so I couldn't even let the dang contract expire. Boy, buyers were so angry. So you know what they do? They come into your office and they say, I want to buy a house and I'm not signing anything. Whoa. Well, guys, if you don't sign, I can't be your agent. I don't care. I don't care. No, I'm not signing nothing. And so, boy, the agents are like, oh, God, what have we gotten ourselves into? They won't sign anything now. And, oh, geez, So they went to the commission and they said, look, we're in a conundrum here. We need y'all's help. Buyers come in and they, we want to represent them and they need our representation, but they won't sign anything. So the commission took that into consideration, and they had a meeting, and they took in, all of these comments and, everything from employees, from licensees, from consumers. And so they made a decision that, okay, here's what we're going to do. If a buyer comes in and they say, I'm not hiring you, I'm not signing anything. Well, you know what, buyer? That's okay. You can still hire me, but we don't have to put it in writing just yet. Okay? I can represent you, but buyer, do be aware that before you and I can sit down to write an offer, you are going to have to sign a buyer agency contract with me, because without a contract, I cannot continue to represent you. And therefore, if you're not my client anymore, I can't write the offer. So that's what the commission did. And that's why oral buyer agency is allowed, as long as it is on a non-exclusive basis. And the buyer does have to sign before they make that offer. Okay. But that's it. That's the only agency in North Carolina that can be created orally. Every other agency has to be created by contract. Okay. So what are the most typical agency contracts? Well, listings. Listings create an agency with the agent, the firm or the sole proprietor BIC, and the sellers. Now, buyer agency is an agency relationship, okay? And it is an agency relationship with buyers. Dual agency means two clients, same firm or sole proprietor BIC, one transaction. That's dual. And then dual sometimes can be modified to make it more consumer friendly if your company has designated as a policy. And we're going to talk about the policies. And tenant agency, and y'all, there is tenant agency out there. It's just not real prevalent in residential. It's very prevalent in commercial. And then, of course, property management. And property management can be managing residential rentals or commercial rentals. Okay, so now we're going to talk about what is the difference between the non-exclusive, okay, which is the only agency that you can do orally, and it has to only be buyer agency, and exclusive and exclusive right. Okay, these are three different contracts to create agency, and they mean three different things. Okay. The non-exclusive. Now, y'all, again, this is not something we typically do in residential listings. No. Do they do it in commercial? Yes, they do. Because stop and think about it, y'all. Okay. Commercial real estate is so much more regional than it is local. If I have a buyer looking to purchase commercial property, y'all, they could be looking in Richmond, Virginia. They could be looking in Raleigh, Charlotte, Greensboro, Charleston, Columbia, Atlanta. Okay. And y'all, if they have a seller that wants to list a commercial property, and if he lists it with a company, let's just say in Charlotte, y'all, is that going to give him exposure in the Atlanta market? Is that going to give him exposure in the Richmond, Virginia? Is that going to give him exposure in Winston-Salem and Greensboro and, no. So what sellers will do in a lot of cases is they'll sign a whole bunch of different listings. They'll sign one with a company in Atlanta, a company in Charlotte, a company in Raleigh, a company in Richmond, a company in Columbia. But here's the thing, y'all. If I sign a listing agreement with all those companies, and then I have to pay every one of those companies, if it sells, holy mackerel, I might as well forget about it, because all my money's going to go out and paying commissions. So there's a listing agreement called an open listing. And in an open listing, I can hire all these different firms to list my house, but I have no exclusive agent. None of them are exclusive. That's why it's called non-exclusive. Okay. And the seller retains the right to do it himself as a FSBO. And y'all, here's the deal. Seller only pays the firm that gets the job done. So if this firm right here, XYZ, they find the buyer, XYZ is the only one that gets paid. All the rest of them, poof, their listings are terminated. Oh, and if he finds the buyer all by himself, nobody gets paid, because they were all hired on a non-exclusive basis. He's only beholden to pay the one that gets the job done. And if none get the job done, he does it himself. He pays nobody. And y'all, the same holds true for buyers. This buyer can hire this firm and this firm and this firm and this firm, all on a non-exclusive basis. He has no exclusive agent. And Joy, honey, what's your question?
So did you say that the non-exclusive is not allowed for residential, or you just said it's
No.
typically
It's just not typical.
okay. Okay.
Just not typical. Oh no, it's allowed. Absolutely.
It's not typical. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Now again, I don't know about, because all of the MLSs have their own rules and regulations. I do know that our multiple listing service does not allow non-exclusive listings. It has to either be exclusive or exclusive right for you to put that listing into that multiple listing service. So, but is it allowed? Absolutely. Yeah. It's who dictates which one of these you use is your BIC. Your BIC will tell you what forms to use. And inevitably, because he's telling you what forms to use, he will be telling you whether to use non-exclusive, exclusive, or exclusive right. Okay. Now, the forms that we use in this class all come from the North Carolina Association of Realtors. And if you do become a realtor, when you get into the business of real estate, you will have access to all those forms. And guys, probably 90% of all licensees out there are realtors. And out of that 90%, I would say 88% use NCAR's forms. And so that's why they're in this class. This is why we use them in this class. And this is why they can be testable items on your exam. It could say something to the effect of, which of the following, according to the 2T NCAR offer to purchase, are considered to be real property? And so you need to have looked over those bulleted items in the 2T as to what's real and what's personal, and know whether or not it's included or not. That's a testable item. And so that's what I mean about NCAR's forms. That's what we use in this class. That's what's dictated by the commission. Okay, so they are testable items. Okay, so in a buyer agency, remember guys, we said this is it right here. This is the only agency you can in North Carolina do expressed orally, no written contract. It can start out that way, but if it goes to the point where the buyer's ready to make an offer, now they got to sign. Okay. So here's the way it's going to work. This buyer talks to an agent or licensee with this firm and says, hey, I'm not signing anything. Okay, you can still hire me. We do an oral buyer agency, but just know that, when you're ready to make an offer, we are going to have to put that in writing. Okay, I'll do that. All right. He works with a guy from this firm. He works with a lady from this firm. He works with a lady from this firm. And y'all, all of those licensees represent this buyer. They owe that buyer agency. They owe them old car, but they got nothing in writing. Nothing. So guys, can those licensees bind this buyer to them? No. And to even try to bind them is against the law. I can't say to this buyer, now look, if you see this house with me, you're going to have to use me to write the offer. Okay, I'm going to real estate jail. No, this is an oral, non-exclusive agreement. Does he have to use me? Absolutely not. He has a whole bunch of agents and he can hire as many agents as he wants. He can use any agent he wants. He can even do it himself and not hire anybody. It's open, non-exclusive. Can I do it for a time period? Now, look, I'll do this orally with you, but you just know that when I go out there and I start showing you houses, anything you see with me in the first 30 days, you're going to have to use me to write that offer. Okay, no, again, I'm going to real estate jail. Y'all, I cannot bind that buyer to me in any shape, form, or fashion because I'm non-exclusive. Now, that does not make my agency duty to that buyer any less. I owe them just as much as if I have a contract with them.
So Nancy, why would anybody want to do that if, say, the 4 people that you're showing there would go out and find a house and tell him about it, talk to him about it, and then he doesn't want to use me, but he wants to use the girl in the purple shirt and buy the same house because we both came across the same house? Who's to say that who got there first or something? I mean, why would anybody want to do that?
And again, you're exactly correct. I mean, guys, I've been in this business a long time. And would I make that business decision? No, but that's me. Okay. That's just me. That's the way I do my business. I'm just here to teach you what you can, by law, do. It's legal. Now you get into the real world of real estate and you decide, I'm not doing that. That's fine. That's your business decision. And your company may have a policy that your company doesn't do it. But the law says, and that's what you're going to be tested on, the law says you can do this. You can do it orally. And again, and let me kind of explain this to you also, okay? Again, I told you that the reason that they acquiesced and said, okay, we will allow y'all to create this one kind of agency orally was because all these buyers were coming in and saying, I want to go look at houses, but I'm not signing anything. Well, then y'all, here's the thing. If a buyer comes into your office and says, I want you to find me a house, but I'm not going to sign any contract with you. And I say, okay. So what you're telling me is you're not going to hire me, right? Right. Okay. Well, if you don't hire me, the only other person in a transaction who can hire me is the seller. Okay. And so you're telling me that you don't want me looking out for your best interest. You want me looking out for the seller's best interest. well, no, not really. I want you looking out for my best interest. Well, I can't do that if you don't hire me. Okay. But but I'm not signing anything. Well, if you're not willing to sign a contract, I'm sorry, but I don't do oral agency. Okay. Then the only alternative I have, if I want to continue to work with you, is to work with you, not for you. And the only thing that I'm going to be able to show you are houses where the seller is willing to hire me. And therefore, I will be a seller sub-agent, not a buyer's agent. So you will be a customer. I owe you honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material fact. So y'all, I've got to search then for houses that do allow what is called seller sub-agency. And y'all, there's not very many of those anymore because of the risk to the sellers. But we're going to talk about that when we get into talking about policies. Okay. Can a buyer go out there? Yes. and George, that's pretty much what I'm talking about. Because do they need an agent to write the offer for them? Well, yeah. But do they have to hire an agent? No, they don't. But they would go in. Now that agent would have to call the listing agent and say, hey, I got a buyer who wants to write an offer on your listing. Will you, meaning the firm and the seller, agree to hire me so I can do that? Because guys, you got to be an agent for somebody in every transaction. And if the buyer's saying, nope, not going to sign nothing, not going to hire you, well, guys, that only leaves one other party in the transaction. That's the seller. So the seller and the firm that represents the seller has to be willing to hire you. And if they are, no problem. Buyer will be your customer. Honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material facts. You will not put their interest up here. You will put the seller's interest up here because the buyer is your customer. You owe the seller old car. You owe the buyer honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material fact. They're not your client. But you can still write an offer for them. Sure can. And Damon, honey, that's illegal. Okay. I mean, in what you wrote right here, that's illegal. Okay. Because here's what you wrote. Okay. I had a friend that did not hire an agent. Okay. So you're telling me they did not hire an agent. Okay. They were the buyer. So then you're telling me that the listing agent says that they represented the seller and the buyer in this transaction. Well, wait a minute, hold on. You can't do both. If he represented the buyer, then the buyer did hire him. If he didn't represent the buyer, then he would not be a buyer's agent. The buyer would be a customer and he would work exclusively for the seller. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine. But the way that this is written by the agent saying that he represented both buyer and seller, that's illegal. And it does matter. Yes, it does. And I hate this happened to your friend because they were not told the truth. They were not told the truth. And I'm sorry that that happened to them. I truly am. But because that should never have happened. And guys, that's one of the reasons that we have all these rules and regulations with regard to, what we can and cannot do and what the rules say. And guys, if we break the law, we don't follow the rules, then we run the risk not only of losing our license, but we also run the risk of being in breach of agency, which a client could sue us in court civilly for damages. Yeah. And guys, if it is a violation of an actual law, which it is a violation of 93A, if we violate common law of agency, that's a crime. So that means the courts could bring us, to court over and charge us with a crime, which means we could be fined or, put in jail. And gosh, you don't want that kind of liability. You got to know what the rules are and follow all the rules and regulations and the laws with regard to agency. And when you're talking to these consumers, guys, the consumers have to know the truth. And what you're saying here, okay? Because that buyer was, in their thinking, not hiring that agent, okay? I'm sure that that agent never said to the buyer, shut up. I only work for the seller here. Don't tell me anything you don't want the seller to know. I'm sure they didn't tell that buyer that. And that buyer could have blah, 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 all of their deepest, darkest secrets, all their confidential, secrets they didn't want that seller to know. And y'all, that agent could have been going right back to that seller and telling that seller everything. And you know what? If they did not represent that buyer, they would have been required by law to tell the seller everything. That's why it's so important for you to disclose how agency works and how you're going to be working in this transaction so they know whether or not to tell you stuff or not. It's like Miranda. Criminals deserve Miranda, don't they? They're told, hey, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. And y'all, once the police tell them that, what can the police do? They can ask them anything they want, because in essence, y'all, they told them to shut up. But now hey, they have got free reign now to ask them any dang thing they want. They told them to shut up. They told them that anything they said would be held against them in this court case. Now, whether they heed that or not, but guys, we're supposed to do the same thing for consumers in a real estate transaction. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you or used against you in this real estate transaction if you do not hire me right now. Now, are you ready to hire me right now? Well, no, I just met you. Okay, then shut up. Now, of course, you can't be that blunt, but for some people you can use some little bit of levity, but in essence, guys, they got to get that message. Shut up. You have not hired me. I do not owe you that duty of confidentiality. So keep your mouth shut until you hire me. Because until you do hire me, if I end up working for the other side, anything you have told me, I would by law have to go back and tell them about you. So please don't divulge anything until you hire me. And so that's kind of another reason that you might want to do by our agency orally, because, you know, guys, if you, at least if you do by our agency orally, you are duty bound to hold their confidences, to keep your mouth shut. And so their information is protected, even though they're not ready to sign a contract and hire you. Okay. And again, I'm so sorry that happened to your friend. And again, what this agent was saying was that she was acting in a dual agency capacity. And it doesn't sound like to me that she got permission from the seller or the buyer to act in that dual agency position. Okay. And what she's saying and what she's doing doesn't sound like to me like they jive. And that's illegal. Okay, so the non-exclusive buyer agency is the only kind of agency you can do orally. If you want to be an exclusive agent or an exclusive right agent, you have to put it in writing from the get-go. That cannot be done orally. Okay, now we haven't talked about exclusive and exclusive right yet. We've only talked about non-exclusive. And so when we get back from break, we're going to get into talking about exclusive representation and exclusive right representation. Okay, so now the time is 11:09. So if y'all will be back at 11:19, please.
Hey Siri,
Okay, guys, we got one more minute. If you don't mind, please put something in the chat and turn your cameras on. Alrighty. um, Nicole had a really good question. And her question was that, okay, you're in a destination area, and I'm assuming that you're talking about like maybe a, beach, development, or in the mountains, or, it's a destination anyway, but, and, and you're got a developer there and it's new construction, how would that work? Would they do an open or whatever? Typically, here's how that works, okay? Usually developers, builders, will have their own real estate company, and they will list the properties with that real estate company, and then they'll put it in multiple listing service. And then that way they're offering it out to all of the members of that area multiple listing service to cooperate and compensate any basically licensee that brings a buyer to their table. Okay. Nicole, honey, did that answer your question?
Kind of. Like, we have property in the mountains, but there's so many people like that buy up here from like Florida and other areas. So I just didn't know, like, do you have to only hire like a North Carolina agency and then they can put it out to agencies in Florida, or?
That's your choice. I will tell you that, but because of the situation, where a lot of MLSs will only take exclusives and exclusive rights, that may be their policy, what their BIC has told them that they don't use non-exclusives. And so you may be limited, when you're calling around to find somebody to list your home. Now, can they, as your exclusive agent, market, to companies in Florida? Yeah, they'd have to do it a little differently. They certainly, first thing I do is, try to get a list of all of the, real estate license firms, wherever, the big cities are, and send them brochures about your house, and, offer them a referral, because if they have a Florida license, they can't come to North Carolina and bring a buyer to buy a property in North Carolina. They don't have a North Carolina license. So, like I said, what I would do if I were your listing agent is I'd make up a real nice brochure about your house and say, hey, do y'all have anybody, that's looking for a second home in the North Carolina mountains? I have the perfect property, send me your buyers and I'll pay you, a referral fee, so that's how I would market it. But, and Tim said, hey, I'm up here in the mountains of Asheville. Y'all just refer them to me. Okay.
So we actually have a friend who lives in Florida. She's an agent in Florida,
Uh-huh.
but we have so many, like my husband's a developer, so we have lots of properties. And so she actually was like, I'm just going to get my North Carolina license so I can sell stuff in North Carolina too. So she actually did that. So she's licensed in both states.
And she's going to have a real problem. Yes, she is. I have a license that says I can practice anywhere in the state of North Carolina. I got a license that says I can practice anywhere in the state of South Carolina. Am I going to? No. Because I am liable to both commissions to know my market. So if she's in Florida and she wants to bring a buyer to North Carolina to buy, she doesn't know this market and she isn't going to do anything but harm that buyer because she doesn't know the market. She needs to refer that person to someone in North Carolina that knows the market. Do I have people all the time saying, Nancy, please be my buyer agent in Asheville and Lake Lure and, down at the beach at Topsail? Yes, begging me. No, I'm not going to represent you in a market I know nothing about. Do you have any liability? Oh my goodness gracious, the liability on your head? She is not wise to do that. I mean, and that's my opinion. And I'll get off my soapbox. But she doesn't know the market. And y'all, that's a part of your competency that the real estate commission expects from you. I had an agent and I told her she couldn't do it and she did it anyway. She went out of her market and went to Blowing Rock and helped a friend of hers buy a condo. Knew nothing about that market. Now, everybody else in that market knew these condos, knew, including the listing agent, that they were getting ready to slap every owner with a special assessment of over $2,000. Yeah. And they were getting ready to increase the homeowners' dues $100 a month. Was that disclosed to this buyer? No. And since my agent knew nothing about the market, she didn't tell her. And now my agent is being held liable, along with the listing agent, for non-disclosure of information they should have known, because they shouldn't have been in the market if they didn't know it. And she's in a lawsuit right now. You don't want to do that. Tell her to refer it. And again, can I bind in a non-exclusive oral buyer agency? And the answer is absolutely not. Not for time, not for houses, not for nothing. Okay. Now, bumping it up. Okay. Going from non-exclusive to exclusive. And guys, here's what going from non, okay, which means that client can hire as many agents as they want to on a non-exclusive basis, because they're not exclusive. They are the agent, but they're not exclusive. And they only get paid if the job gets done by them. And The consumer retains the right to do it yourself and pay nobody. Now, here's what happens when you go to exclusive. Exclusive means, yep, you are going to hire me in writing, and I am going to be your one and only agent. But you are going to retain the right to do it without me. And if you do it without me, you owe me nothing. Okay, that's it. You go, nothing. But I am your one and only agent. So if I get the job done, or any other agent gets the job done, I'm entitled to get paid. But if you do it on your own, you don't owe me a dime. So that's exclusive. So here's what that agency looks like. I am the one and only agent, but you do retain the right to do it yourself without me. And if you do, you don't pay me. But if I or any other agent do the job for you, I get paid. And same thing holds for buyer agency. You have hired me as your one and only agent. And because it is exclusive, the only way you can hire me is with a contract. And I am your one and only agent, but if you do it yourself, you don't owe me anything. So this is exclusive agency. And then we're going to bump it up another notch to exclusive right. Exclusive right. Guys, in this one, I am your only one and only agent. Oh, and you know that right you had to do it yourself is gone now. No, I'm getting paid pretty much no matter what. Whether I do it, another agent does it, or you do it, I'm getting paid. I don't know about you, y'all, but that's what I want. Yep. And y'all, this is what most bigs require that their licensees use, is the exclusive right to buy, the exclusive right to sell. I am your one and only agent, and you don't have the right to do it yourself. So y'all, that FSBO sign, poof, it's gone. You don't have the right to do it yourself anymore. You got to go through me because I am your one and only agent, and you got to use me as your one and only agent. Okay. And same holds true as buyer agency. I'm your one and only agent, and you got to use me. And even if you don't use me, I'm still getting paid. So that's how it works. Non-exclusive, yep, I am your agent, but you don't have to use me if you don't want to. And you can hire as many of us as you want, and you're only beholden to the one who gets the job done. And if nobody gets the job done, you don't pay any of us. Then you bump it up a notch and you do go to exclusive, which does mean I am your one and only agent, but you do retain the right to do it yourself. And then you bump it up to exclusive right, which means I am your one and only agent, and you don't retain the right to do it yourself anymore. I'm it. Okay, so those are the three types of agency agreements, and your BIC will dictate to you which one you are to use. Okay, now relationships between you as the subagent and your firm or your sole proprietor broker in charge. You know, this is in-house. Now, y'all, that term in-house means within the same sole proprietor broker in charge company or within the same firm. That's what they refer to as in-house. Now, if it's one firm over here and a different firm over here, that's what they refer to as a cross sale. Okay, but in-house, same firm, same sole proprietor BIC. Okay, you're going to have a contract with them, and that contract is going to dictate what you're going to do for the company, how you're going to get paid. And here's the thing, and y'all, this is what a lot of people who go into real estate don't realize. You're getting ready to go into your own small business. Yes. Y'all, this is no different than you opening up a food truck, you opening up a home design company, decorating. It's no different. Opening up a restaurant, a clothing boutique, no difference. It's a small business that you're getting ready to open, of which you are going to be the business. Now, you're doing this on a independent contractor status. You will not be an employee. So therefore, your firm or your sole proprietor BIC will not withhold taxes from your paychecks. You will get gross pay. You'll get all of it. Whatever's agreed upon between you and your firm. No withholding whatsoever. And at the end of the year, you won't get a W-2 like you would as an employee. You're going to get a 1099. Now, if you want to look at how the IRS treats us, you can go to their IRS code 3508, and that's a special section just for real estate agents. Now, in order to be an independent contractor, guys, you have to have an independent contractor contract with your BIC. You have to. So that's number one. Make sure you sign a contract with your BIC stating you will be an independent contractor. You're going to have that for tax purposes for the IRS to recognize you as an independent contractor. Okay. Now, in this contract, it will what in the world? Did he unplug it? Okay, no. I babysit for my grand dog. He comes in and he lays right here at my feet, and that's where all my wires are to all my computers and stuff. And so he sat on the switch for my what do you call those things? The thing you plug everything into, and turned off everything. So my computer was getting ready to go dead. So, but we're back in business now. Okay. So here's the deal. You go and you talk to your BIC, and you and your BIC are going to come up with a split schedule for you. And that's how it usually comes about. It's usually a split. The BIC will say, okay, here is what we charge typically for a residential listing, a land listing, commercial listing, whatever, okay? And so when you list, you tell the seller that's what we charge. And so when that comes into the firm, when you close on that property, because you have acted as that liaison and have been our one-on-one representative with that client you procured for us, here's how much of that gross money coming in you'll get. And you'll have a contract that details all of that. If there's bonuses, do you get all of it, or do they take a piece of that? What are your monthly fees that maybe you have to pay to the company. And y'all, it's just so different out there now. I mean, there's just so many different setups, with companies and how they, split, and what you pay for, what they pay for. It really is just so different than it used to be. It used to be pretty much everybody paid the same and everybody did the same, but okay, no, not now. No, not at all. So, talk to that BIC and find out everything you're agreeing to if you decide to become affiliated with that sole proprietor BIC or that firm. Okay. Now, what's going to happen if I leave? Now, guys, remember, when I am hired by this broker in charge or the firm, and I go out and procure people, I'm procuring them as that BIC or that firm being the agent. That's who that client belongs to, not me. So if I leave, I have no right to take that client with me. None. Because I didn't procure it for me. I procured it for the firm or the BIC. Now, do they have a policy that I can take it with me, that they'll terminate that agency agreement with that person I procure and let me take it on to my new company? If it's in their policy. If it's not, some of them say, no, you can't take it. We'll refer it to another agent and you get nothing. And it's totally their decision, but it needs to be written down in their policy manual. So guys, you need to know all of this kind of stuff before you sign on the dotted line that you're willing to affiliate with them. Okay. 1099, y'all. Gross pay. No withholding. This is what you're going to start getting every year. Not a W-2. Okay, now let's talk about cooperation and compensation between companies, cross sales. Okay, here's one company over here. Here's one company over here. How are we going to cooperate? Are we going to share our commissions with other firms? Okay. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on what our policy is. So let's look at that, okay? Cooperating with other BICs or other firms. MLS, okay? MLS stands for Multiple Listing Service, okay? Now, most of the MLSs around here are owned by a realtor organization, okay? And y'all, there is no rule that says you have to be a realtor to join that MLS, but it does say that you can choose not to join, but you're still going to have to pay the same amount of money. Yeah. So if you're going to have to pay the dues, you might as well get the benefits of being a realtor from it. So you are going to have to pay the dues, and then you're going to have to pay for your subscription to the multiple listing service. Now, what this allows you to do is when you go out and you list a piece of property, okay, you have a discussion with the seller, okay? So let me go here and go back to, oh, there it is. Got disconnected. I'm going back to that link that Lane sent y'all, okay? and you click on that forms link when you get to the website. Then you're going to click on that blue file folder. And again, we're going to the 101 exclusive right to sell. Okay. So let's look. Where's my new share? Okay. So y'all, again, here is the exclusive right to sell. This is the agency contract between the firm or the sole proprietor BIC and the seller. Okay. But I'm going to be the one doing the paperwork because I'm the one-on-one liaison representing the firm to this consumer. Okay. And getting this consumer to hire my firm. Okay. So when we come down here to paragraph 7 and 8, okay, number 7 says firm's compensation. Okay. It says seller agrees to pay the firm a total fee of. Y'all, that's gross commission coming into the listing firm. Okay. And your BIC will tell you what that needs to be. And guys, remember that in real estate, all fees are negotiable. Now, how much, remember, you're representing your firm. So it's really a negotiation between the firm and the consumer, but you're representing your firm. So guys, you can only negotiate what your firm allows you to negotiate. Okay. Now, if they tell you, have at it, you know, whatever the best deal you can get, but they're, you know, they may say, okay, we charge 7% to list a residential property. Now we'll give you the ability to negotiate down 1%, but that's it. Okay. And that's what your BIC says, and y'all, that's what you got to do. But to say to somebody, oh yeah, that's what everybody charges, you're going to real estate jail because that's illegal. That's a felony. Yes, it is. That is a violation of the Sherman antitrust laws. Basically, you're telling this person, hey, all the people in our market got together and we fixed the price, and that's why we're all charging. Yeah, that's collusion. That's felony. Don't go there. The only company you can ever speak for is your company. Don't ever speak for any other company. Okay. So your BIC, you know, will hopefully give you some guidance here. So let's just say, okay, that I do charge 7%. So I'm going to put 7% here. Now, y'all, if I were a flat fee company that I just charge flat fee instead of percentage, I'd put that flat fee right here. I'd write it out just like I would a check. Okay. All right. So fee earned, we looked at that, you know, ready, willing, and able buyer. Now I'm just, because we're here. Okay. I just want to talk about this. The 3 little I's here, y'all, this is what's called the protection period testable item. And what this protection period is, you know, every listing is going to expire because North Carolina requires by law, every agency contract must have a definite ending date. And so it's going to expire. So let's just say that this listing is ready to expire next week. And I have an agent that's showing it today. Now, somehow or another, while they're showing it, the seller shows up and they get that buyer away from their agent and they say to the buyer, hey, this thing's going to expire next week. If you want to make an offer, wait till after it expires and we'll cut both of these people out of the deal and you'll save money and I'll save money. Okay? Okay, no. No. Because what you can do is you can put a time in here. How many days that any buyer that your firm procured. And y'all, if the house is being shown today, you procured that buyer, even though it's an agent that doesn't work for your firm. They found this listing in multiple listing. That is because of you. So you procured it. So you put a time in here of how many days you'll be protected for those buyers. But here's the kicker, okay? And this is what agents don't do. It goes on to say that I have to send you, let's say I put 90 days here, okay? It says I have to send you, the seller, within 15 days of the expiration date, the list of all those buyers. Yeah, I got to make a list. That means I got to call every agent who ever showed that house and get the name of their buyer. Yeah, they're going to be willing to give me that, right? Yeah, and make this list, send it to the seller within 15 days if I want this protection. And y'all, most agents don't do it. So really, you just really get 15 days of protection after it expires, okay? And then moving on along, we come down over here to cooperation and compensation with other firms, okay? Now, sellers have to be making an informed decision. Number one, they have to make an informed decision to hire me or not hire me. Well, y'all, they have to understand completely this contract they're getting ready to sign, what the expectations of my firm is of them, what the terms are, and they have to agree to those. So guys, they have to agree to this paragraph as to what I put in it, or they may decide not to hire me. Now, why do they care? Because you see this one right here, that if I check this, here's what I'm telling the seller. Seller, we are going to allow agents outside our firm to work for you. Now, y'all, reality is this, okay? Let's say that I have 100 people that work in my firm. And when he hires my firm, guys, he's hiring all 100 of us. I mean, y'all, that already is a lot of liability. But if I put this into multiple listing, I want to say, I think our multiple listing has something like 7,000 members. And what that seller is saying, if he allows me to check that box, is he is allowing 7,000 members of my multiple listing service to work for the seller. Whoa, y'all, that's a lot of liability. I mean, it's bad enough that he's liable for the actions of the 100 people that work for my firm, but now he's going to be liable for the actions of 7,000 licensees who aren't even under our jurisdiction, under the supervision of our broker in charges. Ooh, seller, ooh, honey, that's a lot of liability for that. You might not want to do it, you know, but guys, hello, they have to know this. They have to weigh out the options. Liability, but, you know, the reality is that, you know, there could be that one buyer who walks in and says, I want to go look at this seller's house and I'm not hiring you. Well, guys, in that case, that agent cannot show that house to that buyer because that buyer would be a customer unless the seller said, okay, yeah, I'll hire you. Okay, now I got a client, so now I can show the house. So that seller might miss maybe one buyer, maybe not, but I mean, it's still maybe that one buyer, So he's got to weigh his options. Miss a buyer, diminish my liability. I think I'm going to go with that diminish my liability. Okay. Or what if your firm has already established a policy on this? They've already set a policy in play that we do seller sub-agency. Well, then, y'all, once I explained to him about his liability and that it's our policy to check that box, he may say, well, you know what, Nancy, that's too much liability for me. I'm not going to hire your firm. I'm sorry, bye-bye. But at least he's making a what? Informed decision. And y'all, most firms, I'll just go ahead and tell you, have made the policy they don't do seller sub-agency. Is it legal? Absolutely. Is it still being done? Yes. Rarely, but yes. Okay. So, but you got to disclose, tell that seller what your policy is so they can make that informed decision to hire you or not hire you. Whatever you do, check here. Now, I can't imagine any seller saying no to buyer agency because, guys, when it's at a house, this firm represents the buyer, this firm represents the seller, and they don't mix. No, this buyer has the liability of the firm they hired. This seller has the liability of this agent they hired. That's it. There's no mixing of the two, okay? No crossing of the liability, okay? And so this one, you're always going to check, okay? Now, I mean, what if your company says, no, we don't do that. We don't cooperate with anybody else. Well, then, guys, you wouldn't check any of them. But again, that's something the seller needs to know. Hey, I'm going to charge you 7% and I'm keeping every bit of it. Yeah, I'm not going to share it with anybody. And no, your house isn't going to go in multiple listing service. Well, then he might not want to hire that company. But also, guys, there is no rules, regulations, and setting of how much you're willing to share. There's a bunch of agents that will tell you, oh, you got to give them half. Whatever you charge, you got to give them half. Y'all, that's a bunch of hooey. No. You got to give them what you and your seller agree right here in paragraph 8 to give them. That's it. And y'all, if he agrees to give that buyer 1%, that's all you got to give. 1%, 2%. But now, guys, stop and think about it. Okay. Let's say that in paragraph 7 up here, okay, I put 10%. I'm getting 10% here, y'all. I am good. Yep, I am excellent. He's going to pay me 10% gross commission coming into my firm for listing his house. Then we get down here to paragraph 8, and I check that buyer agency box, and I put 1%. How many agents do you think are going to show that house for 1% of the purchase price? Nobody. Does the seller need to know that? He sure does. Nobody's going to show his house. Not for 1%. Now, what if I put 10 and number 7 and I put 9 right there? Oh, good Lord. Do you have any idea how many times his house would be shown? Everybody and his brother with a real estate license. Come on, I'm going to go show you this house. You might buy it. I got a chance to get 9% off of this thing. Come on. I mean, showing it to everybody. Does it matter what you put here? Absolutely. So guys, whatever you put here, you got to explain to the seller in a way so that he's making an informed decision on whether or not he should hire you or not because of your policies, or does the company leave it up to him to decide? And you've got to make him understand what his decisions will cause to happen. It's very, very important, y'all, about this cooperation and compensation. Okay. So going back to, okay. So there needs to be, you know, again, when you go into MLS, and let me do this real quick. I tell you what, while I'm pulling up my multiple listing service so that I can show you what I'm talking about, let's go ahead and take a break. It is now 12 o'clock. And so you need to be back at 12:10. Okay. Alrighty, got 2 more minutes. Please put something in the chat and turn your cameras. Okay, make sure that you do put something in the chat so I can count you as being present. Hmm. Okay. Righty. I am a member of Canopy, which is Charlotte MLS. And so I just, pulled these up randomly. Okay. And, I'm going to show you that this one's active. Okay. So I'm going to click on it. This is me, let's just say, okay. I'm sitting here with a buyer, and a buyer has told me what they want, what they need, And I've gone through and I've clicked out in the input all the things this buyer wants and needs. And I pulled up a list of potential homes for this buyer. Okay. So I'm going to click on it. Okay. And it's active. And here is the description. Here's the price, tax value, parcel ID number. Here's all the information, square footage, bedrooms, bathrooms, year it was built, what type of offers they will consider, everything about the house. Okay. And, here's some, sales, ad kind of advertisements, motivated seller, bring all offers. Listing firm does not hold EMD. So a lot of the earnest money listing firms a lot of firms don't hold earnest money anymore. And so a lot of the closing attorneys hold the money now instead of the real estate. But guys, here's what's important. Okay. I come all the way down here, and this tells me who the procuring agent for the listing is, who the company is that this agent works for. Okay. And here's how they're willing to share cooperation and compensation with other members of this multiple listing service. So here's what they're saying to me. It says buyer agency, 3%. This is what that says. Agents out there that are members of this multiple listing service, if you bring a buyer or client to my seller's table and we close, you will receive 3% of the contract price for doing that. That's what will come into your firm. And then when it comes into your firm, then your agreement with your BIC will decide how much of that you get and how much the BIC gets. Okay, that's how it works. Now I come over here, sub-agency. This is that seller sub-agency I was telling you about. Y'all, it says big fat 0. So here's what I know. That if a buyer comes in and says, I'm not hiring you, and they want to go see this house, I can't show it to them. I got to have a client. And this right here is telling me seller's not going to hire me. Well, if the buyer won't hire me and the seller won't hire me, I got no client. I can't be a part of that. Now, let's look at this. Testable item. Let's say that I am in that situation. A buyer has come in and they have said to me, Nancy, I want you to go take me to see 198 Colonial Avenue in Concord. Okay. And I'm not going to sign anything and I'm not going to hire you. Even orally, I'm not going to hire you. Okay. Okay. Let me check on it. So I look it up in MLS and I go down here to the bottom. Will it let me work for the seller? And y'all, that big fat 0 right there says, no, they will not. Can't do it. I can't show this house to that buyer. Nope, I got to have a client in every transaction. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call this Robin. Okay. And I'm going to say, hey, Robin, you already work for the seller. And I got a buyer that absolutely will not hire a buyer's agent. But since you already work for the seller, can I go ahead and refer this buyer to you and let you not represent her? You keep representing the seller, she'll just be your customer. And you sell her this house and you give me a referral for referring that buyer to you. Sounds like a deal to me. How much referral you want? And we negotiate. We sign papers, done deal, y'all. Everybody's happy. Buyer didn't have to pay anybody. Buyer didn't have to be represented. The listing agent represented the seller and treated the buyer as a customer. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And Nicole, honey, there's no such thing as a typical referral fee. And yes, Damon, the referral fee does, go into the firm, okay? And then again, depending on what kind of an agreement you have with your firm as to, what parts you give them, if any. Some firms don't charge anything on referral fees. Okay. They're always negotiable. All righty then.
I have a question.
Yes, baby.
I'm so confused. So it says sub-agency 0. So why would, what am I missing? Why would they not want you to show the house? Like they want just I don't understand that.
Okay. It's not so much they don't want me to share the house. Show the house. They don't want me representing their seller because their seller and their company feel like that it's too much liability for the company and the seller to allow agents outside their firm to represent their sellers. And there is a lot of liability. Let me, that's where we're I got too many slides to go through. But I will get there, okay? And when you can see, the policy of sub-agency, it'll make more sense, okay? But and y'all, I'll be honest with you, going back to all of these, I'll bet you there's not one of these 4 that offer out sub-agency. So here's the second one. 0. Okay. And see, they're only offering out 2.5% for buyer agency.
So, but the sub-agency is only saying that the seller is not willing to pay a commission to.
No, it has nothing to do with who's getting paid, but no. What they're saying by having a big fat 0 there is the seller and Allen Tate will not allow any agent outside of their firm who is a member of this multiple listing service to represent Allen Tate and this seller in a transaction. Not going to happen. So you either bring that buyer as a client or don't bring them.
And by bringing the buyer as a client, your buyer client would be the one paying you your commission?
Nope. Okay, here's the
The
deal.
only
Okay?
difference is that there's a contract between you and your buyer client, and there's an actual written agreement that you are the agent for that client.
Yes,
So that's the only difference, just the contract. It has nothing to do with the commission.
bingo.
Okay.
It's being hired. That's it. you know, who can hire you, you know, and again, law in North Carolina says somebody in every transaction has to hire you. Okay. So there's two parties to a sales transaction. There's a seller and there's a buyer. Now, everybody can work for the seller. Nobody works for the buyer. Buyer's customer, no problem. They could have everybody working for the buyer, nobody working for the seller. But as long as every agent in the transaction works for the buyer, at least one of them, then you can stay in the transaction. But if you have absolutely no client in the transaction, you represent no one, then you can't do it. You have to have a client in every transaction. Well, right here, they're saying you cannot have the seller as your client. Well, if a buyer comes in and says, I'm not hiring you, I'm not even going to hire you orally. I don't want you to be my agent. Well, you can't force somebody to let you represent them. And so the only alternative you have is to let them be your customer. Okay, well, if they're your customer, the only one left in the transaction is the seller. Oh, and when I look here, and there's a big fat zero right there, so here's what the seller's saying. Nope, not going to hire you. You're not going to work for me. It is not going to happen. And so now I have no client. Seller won't hire me. Buyer won't hire me. I got no client. Bye-bye, buyer. Can't stay in it. I'm done.
So is the seller is not your client, even if you make that deal with the list agent?
You mean as far as referring?
As far, yeah, referral?
Yeah. See, referrals do not imply that an agency relationship exists.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to refer this person to you. You are the one that is going to get them to hire you.
Okay.
Okay. Or in this case, not, but because you already have a client, you have the seller, you're the listing agent. So you don't have to get the buyer to hire you. You've already got a client in this deal. So if that buyer doesn't want to hire anybody, that's no problem. Buyer, I already work for the seller. Shut up. Don't tell me anything you don't want the seller to know. And I can write this offer up for you, no problem, and take it to closing for you. Just know that you are not my client. All I owe you is honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material facts. All of my loyalty is to the seller. But sure, I can do it. Okay. And you do have a client. But if I'm at a house, I don't have a client. That buyer walks in and says, hey, I want to go look at this house. And I'm not hiring you. I'm not signing a contract with you ever. Oh, well, since you won't hire me, I got to get hired by somebody. So let me go into multiple listing and see if the seller will hire me. Okay, I pull it up and there's a big fat zero right there. Y'all, that just hits me right in the face. Seller will not hire me. Okay, buyer, seller won't hire me. You won't hire me. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Or I could, do what I told you and call up this Rebecca and say, look, I got a buyer and they don't want to hire an agent, but they do want to look at your listing. Well, you already represent the seller. You already have a client. Can you show them that house as a customer? Well, sure they can. They already have a client. That buyer can be their customer all day long. Can they write the offer for the buyer? Absolutely, no problem. They'll be working with that buyer, not for that buyer. And Tim, yes, your firm will give you or should give you guidelines on what to charge for commissions or any other kind of fees. Okay. Yes. But, there again, going back, like I said, here's the third one. Whoa, wait a minute. Wow, this is a rarity, y'all. Look here. This company will let you work for their seller. So buyer comes in now and says, I'm not hiring you, not orally or any other way. Okay, and you want to go see 3000 Shaker Drive? Okay, let me look it up. Oh, wow. Okay, seller will hire me because it doesn't say 0 right here. So this is saying that if I bring this buyer to this seller's house, and that buyer is not my client, the seller is my client, and I get that buyer to buy this house as a customer, then this company right here is going to give me 2.5% of the purchase price if we close. And I'm going to work for the seller, not for the buyer.
But
So do
that-
you have to make an, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. Go ahead.
So do you have to make an agreement with that seller to be their client? I mean, for them to be your client, or is it automatic if you bring a buyer?
You have to disclose at first initial contact with the listing agent or with the seller, whomever you have contact with first, that, hey, either I do work for you or I don't work for you, I work for this buyer. Yeah, you do have to let them know. Now, is there a form for this? Yes. And should you always follow it up with this form to firm it up and make sure that everybody's on the same page? Yeah. And it's Form 220. It's a compensation fee agreement, but because this is in multiple listing and you're a member of this multiple listing, this right here will protect you to get that as compensation.
Okay.
But if you were outside of MLS, you're not a member, you definitely need to do one of those 220s to make sure you get paid. And Joey, honey, did you have a question?
Yes. So with that, then if I brought a buyer customer to this property and they're willing to pay the 2.5% to the sub agency, which would be me now, right?
Yep.
Does that cut the buyer agency out of their commission, or is the seller saying, I'm going to
Well, there
pay?
is no buyer agent. There is no buyer agent. There's the listing agent, and then there's you as a seller sub agent. There's a
Oh,
listing side and a selling side. Now, on the selling side, you can either be a buyer's agent or a seller sub agent.
gotcha.
Not both. You got to be one or the other.
So the
And
listing
if this
agent,
had said 0, then that's not an option. You can only be a buyer's agent.
okay. So the listing agent and the sub agency would be receiving commission from the seller.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The sell and let me show you this. This is how it's going to look, okay? Here's the seller, and at closing, whatever you put in number 7 in the listing paragraph as gross commission coming into your listing firm, that would go into your firm. And then in paragraph 8 is where you and the seller agree how much of this total gross commission you're going to give away to the selling firm. And y'all, that could be either buyer agency or seller sub-agency if you allow both. Okay. And since maybe we don't know, whether it's going to be a buyer agency situation or a seller sub-agency, we just call it the selling firm. And y'all, I know that's confusing, but for the test, you're going to need to know that the selling firm is on the buying side of the transaction, either as a buyer's agent or seller sub-agent. Okay. But selling firm will mean the agent that's on the buying side of the transaction. I know that's confusing, but we tried to talk them into changing it. Now, y'all, what's below this blue line is nobody's business but yours and your Big's. It's nobody else's business. And y'all, what this is nobody's business either. The only thing that an agent should, be weary of or be concerned with is what's right here. What is this company offering out to cooperate and compensate with another firm? How much this firm's bringing into their office as gross commission? That is nobody's business. And y'all, can I look at this and say, okay, they're offering out 2.5. So that must mean they're charging 5. Because, there's that unwritten rule that you have to give half. Okay, no, that's a bunch of hooey. That's garbage. Okay, what goes here is what you and your seller agreed to in paragraph 8. And that's nobody's business but yours and your seller's. This agent could be getting 8% and giving away 2.5. They could be getting 4 and giving away 2.5. This is just what the seller and the listing firm agreed that the listing firm would give away. Okay, so again, and y'all, nobody sets those fees except for you and your client. Nobody else's business.
So if I'm driving around and I see a house that I'm interested in and I don't have an agent and I call the number, that would be the listing agent for that house. Is that not, would they refer me to another agent in their firm? Or is that not considered a dual if they,
yes,
because I haven't signed a contract with anybody.
Yeah, they could, okay. And again, y'all, this is about Mirandizing, okay. And y'all, this happens so often. This is real life, okay. I'm riding around, I see that sign in the front yard, I pick up the phone, I call, and I'm talking to the listing agent. Now, y'all, here's the deal. Here's what the law says. That before my conversation with this listing agent can reach first substantial contact, and by definition, here's what first substantial contact is. It's before I, as that buyer calling this agent, start asking that agent, information about the listing, and I can ask all about but when I start volunteering confidential information about me, we've got about 25,000 to put down. Oh, God. That was for substantial contact. Hold on, hush. Okay, hold on. Let me Mirandize you before you say anything else. Okay. So before they start volunteering any kind of confidential information to me, because y'all, who do I work for? I work for the seller. And that buyer's got to know that. And before I start asking them questions to get confidential information, they got to be Mirandized. And y'all, here's the thing. Oh my goodness, we're on the telephone. Y'all, we're not face to face. Well, then how do I get that working with real estate agents brochure to them when we're not face to face? Well, there is an exception in the law to that. And the exception is this: I still have to Mirandize them. I still have to explain, I do not work for you, I work for the seller. And I don't think that you're ready to hire me right now. So you need to know anything you tell me basically is like the seller's listening into our conversation, because I have to go back and tell him everything you tell me. Unless you're ready to hire me right now, and I don't think you are. And oh, by the way, I'm going to, by law, have to get to you a working with real estate agents disclosure form within 3 days, calendar days of this conversation. And that's what the law says. Okay, I'm not face to face, but somehow I'm going to have to get that working with real estate agents brochure, that disclosure brochure, that form to this person I'm talking to within 3 calendar days of this conversation. But I got to make it crystal clear. Shut up. Do not tell me anything the seller does not, need to know about you, because I'm working for the seller only right now. And y'all, I can chit chat with them. I can give them facts and things about the house. But if that conversation reaches that first substantial, okay, y'all, that puts a break on everything. Same thing with an open house, okay? I'm having an open house and I've got buyers coming in, and y'all, I can hand them brochures on my house. I can answer their fact questions about the house. It's this many square feet. Yes, the shed outside does stay, yes, this is, a ABC school district. No problem. But y'all, if that buyer starts volunteering confidential information to me, put the brakes on. Oh, please be quiet, be quiet. Now I got to whip out my little working with real estate agents brochure and disclose agency to you so that you can make an informed decision on whether you want to hire me or not. Okay. And y'all, I mean, here's reality. I'm a real estate licensee and I'm talking to a buyer. What's the first thing I want to know from that buyer? Are you Teddy Tire Kicker? Are you Lucy Looker? Or are you a motivated, true prospect? Well, y'all, the only way I'm going to know that is if I ask questions to get confidential information. Well, you know what? I can't ask those questions unless I whip out my little trusty working with real estate agents disclosure form, disclose agency to them, and let them make an informed decision. Okay? That is the requirement of law. So guys, there's no such thing as any kind of set fees. All fees are negotiable. And the only firm you can ever speak for is your firm. That's it. You can't say XYZ down the road. Oh yeah, they charge this. Yeah, no. You know what? I have no idea what XYZ firm charges. I have no idea. I do know that this is what my firm charges. And the reason we have to charge this is because we offer you all these services. And to be able to offer you all of those services and to be able to make a modest profit, this is what we have to charge. That's it. I can only speak for my firm. Okay. So again, y'all, what this firm is willing to give to the selling firm, either as a buyer's agent or a seller subagent, okay, is between the firm and the seller. And whatever they agree to, that's what you're going to put in multiple listing service. Okay. Then whatever you have as an agreement between you and your firm, that's between you and your firm. And it's nobody's business but you and your BIC, nobody else. So what goes on here, nobody's business but you and your BIC. Okay. All righty then. How agency is created. It be it with a sole proprietor or be it with an entity. Okay. Now, guys, we've already looked at this. This is a sole proprietor, broker in charge. She has created no entity. This is not an S Corp. This is not a C Corp. This is not an LLC. This is this BIC doing business, period. Can they affiliate other licensees? Absolutely. Can they supervise PBs? Absolutely. They are not an entity. And y'all, because they're a sole proprietor BIC, they don't have to get a firm license because there's no entity. Okay. Nothing wrong with this. Okay. Live person. Okay. That's who the BIC is. Live person who is going to be the agent of every client that every one of these affiliated licensees procure for that BIC. That's the way it works. The BIC is the agent. So when you go out as a sub agent for that living, breathing person, that BIC, you procure that property owner, that seller, that buyer, that tenant, whatever the, and guys, even if you don't procure them, okay, as a client, you procure them as a customer. If that's allowed, then you're still going to get paid. Okay. And you are going to act as the liaison for your BIC, and you'll be compensated accordingly. But guys, being a broker in charge sole proprietor, wow. You know what? That's a lot of liability on one person's shoulder because they're liable for the actions of every affiliated licensee they have. They are personally liable. Yeah. And do you have any idea about how many things a licensee can do wrong? I mean, they could screw up stuff in agency. They can screw up stuff in advertising. I mean, gosh, there's just all kinds of stuff. And that BIC is personally liable. And guess what? They got no buffer at all for that liability. And taxes, oh, they got no tax break. All the income that comes in from the BIC and from all of their licensee, that's personal income to the BIC. And that's how they'll have to pay taxes. And so that's why we don't see a whole lot of sole proprietor BICs out there. Whoa, wait a minute. No, I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to create an entity, one of those artificial people to do the business of real estate under, because at least I'll get a little buffer and some tax breaks. So here's what I got to do. I got to decide what kind of entity. And y'all, you know, you probably would do well to talk to a CPA. Every one of you, before you actually get into the business of real estate, should find a CPA, not just a CPA, but a CPA who does a lot of real estate agents' taxes, and get an appointment with them and talk to them. Okay, I'm now going to be an ICA, or excuse me, an IC, an independent contractor. What kind of records do I have to keep? What's going to be deductible? What's not? You need their counsel on this. And okay, now I'm got the experience. I've become a broker in charge. And okay, I don't want all that liability as a sole provider. So I want to create an entity. So, hey, CPA, or you could go to a corporate attorney and seek their advice. What should I do? Should I do an S Corp? Should I do a C Corp? Should I do an LLC? You know, now C Corps used to be the only kind of corporation, okay, that you could create. Now, the bad thing about C Corps is double taxation. And it is a corporation, and you have to have maintenance, and you have to have minutes of the maintenance, and you have to have, you know, these corporate officers, and there's just a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross, and double taxation. The money that comes into the corporation gets taxed. Corporation has to pay taxes on it. Then what's left passes through to the shareholders, and then the shareholders have to pay taxes on it again. That's double taxation. Okay, no. So they created the S Corp. Now, y'all, the S Corp was created for small business. It was, you know, and yeah, you gotta have maintenance and all that good stuff, but you're not double taxed. Okay. When you have an S Corp, you do file a return, but then the S Corp doesn't pay taxes, you pay the taxes, okay? And there was still, you know, a lot of I dot and T crossing with S Corps. So they even tried to simplify it more, and they came up with the limited liability companies, okay? And y'all, that's so easy, okay? You don't have to have those meetings, and you don't have to have officers, they're managers, and you don't have to have minutes, and you know, not a bunch of I's to dot and T's to cross. You file, you know, you can either file as an S Corp or an LLC if you're an LLC. And it's just so much easier. So a lot of people go with the LLC. But guys, you can also do general partnerships, limited partnerships, joint ventures, syndicates. You know, there's just all kinds of entities you can create. So the first thing you do is you create it with the Secretary of State of that state that you're going to be doing business in. Y'all, a sole proprietor is not an entity. It's a live breathing person. An entity is an artificial or non-natural person. Okay, so they create it with the Secretary of State, okay, and they'll get a Secretary of State ID number once it's all approved and everything, okay, and then you're going to have to make application as a firm. And y'all, a firm is nothing but a broker license for an artificial person. They just call it firm to denote that it is different from a living, breathing person. But y'all, they're both broker licenses because the only license we really have in North Carolina is a broker license. Okay, we just call it a firm license because it's for an artificial entity. So you make application to the commission because, guys, whether you're a living, breathing person or whether you're an artificial person, you cannot do brokerage services for others for a compensation unless you have a license. So, yep, that artificial person's got to have a license too. So you make application for the firm license, and then once you make application for the firm license and you receive it, you're ready to do business under your entity. And the entity is now going to be the agent. Now, again, y'all, this is not a living, breathing person. There's got to be a living, breathing person who can communicate with the real estate commission about this entity. And that person is called the qualifying broker. Now, really and truly, guys, the only qualification for a qualifying broker is they got to be a full broker. A PB cannot be a qualifying broker. And there is, some restrictions as to they either got to have an ownership interest, be a manager, an officer in a corporation, blah, 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 but they do have to be a full broker to be a QB. Okay. And it's the QB's responsibility to make sure every office that firm opens has a broker in charge. Every office must have a broker in charge, a living, breathing person as a broker in charge. They also have the responsibility of renewing the firm's license every year and making sure their license is current and active every year to keep the business up and running. Okay. So in this case, even though this is an artificial person, this person will become the agent for whom that BIC and all of those affiliated licensees work for. Okay. But it will be the artificial person who is the agent. Then you will be the sub-agents. Okay. So guys, here is the firm, and they're the agent of all these clients. And then every office of the firm must have a BIC who is a living, breathing person. Okay. And then the BIC's going to go out here and hire all of these affiliated licensees to work for the BIC and the firm. And so since this BIC hired me, I will be an agent for the BIC, which makes me a sub-agent. And because the BIC is a sub-agent of the firm, that will also make me a sub-agent of the firm. So every client the firm has, my client too. Every one of these affiliated licensees will have every client this firm has that will be their client. Sure will. Okay. And if you've got multiple offices, everybody in every one of those offices will work for every client, even though it's a separate office. You work for this firm, you work for this client, you work for that one, all of them, every one of them. Always, 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 always. An agent for an agent, which is a sub-agent. Okay. Name. Policies. Every company has to decide what kind of agency policy they want to follow. And it should be written in their company manual. With that, the commission says every broker in charge or firm should have a company manual. It does not dictate that they have to, but they do say they should. And you know what? They should. Okay. Now, in the chapter about this, where they talk about policies, y'all, they really only talk about seller and buyer agency. Okay. As single agency, and then they talk about disclosed dual agency just between buyers and sellers, and then of course designated as being a way to modify dual to make it more consumer friendly. But if you really stop and think about it, doing property management and doing tenant agency is also a policy. Okay, they just don't talk about it as much, but I like to be semantically correct. Okay. So really and truly, we are only going to talk about seller agency and buyer agency. And guys, you can have a policy of doing single agency, seller agency, single agency, buyer agency. Well, guys, if you're doing single agency and you only have sellers as clients, or you're doing single agency and you only have buyers as clients, then what will you never be? A dual. And if you're never a dual, then you can't be designated. Are there companies out there that do this? Yeah, there are. They're not many, but they're still out there, y'all. So seller agency, and y'all, again, this was traditional agency. Remember I told you that when I first got into real estate, that nobody represented buyers. Everybody worked for sellers. That's exactly what we're talking about here. Sellers were the only clients. Everybody worked for the seller. Sure did. Sure did. Nobody worked for the buyer. No such thing as buyer agency. I think that we're actually over into chapter 8. I think that's where they talk about policies. And like I said, I don't follow this book. I like to introduce the information, in what I feel like is a better, organization of the information as to, its relevancy. But I'm pretty sure I am in chapter 8. And so we're talking about the policy that your company practices. Well, of course, you're going to need to know that before you go out there doing real estate. What does your company practice? Now, like I said, y'all, this was traditional real estate. This is the way we did it forever and ever and ever until buyer agency was introduced. Well, now we have buyer agency and we have seller agency. But are there firms that still practice this? The answer to that is yes. And I'll tell you, this is the only ones I know of that are doing, okay? Builders, okay? Builders will create their own real estate companies. And they'll have their own BICs, okay? And they'll have all their own affiliated licensees, that will sit in the model and try to sell houses, to buyers that come in. And here's their agency policy. The builder says to those agents, you're not going to represent any buyer that comes in here. Not going to happen. You're only going to represent me. Any buyer that comes in here will either be represented by an agent from another firm, which happens quite often, or they will be your customers. You're not allowed to represent them. Well, guys, because that's the policy of this builder's real estate company, that's what they have to do. So that builder will only, and he's a seller, okay? So that's all the agency they'll ever do is seller agency. They will never create agency with a buyer. And because of that, y'all, they'll never have a buyer client and a seller client in the same transaction. So they'll never be dual. They'll never be dual. But again, you got to be careful. Because if it's your company's policy that you only represent the seller, don't be acting like a buyer's agent for that buyer. Don't be telling them that they're a customer and you can't represent them because you can only represent the seller, but then turn around and start acting like they are your client. That's undisclosed dual agency. And boy, you are big time going to real estate jail for that one. Yeah, okay, no. You have to do what your policy says do. If it says you only represent sellers, you only represent sellers, buyers will be your customer always. Honesty, fairness, and disclosure of material fact. That's it. That's it. Okay. Now, guys, the red arrows indicate agency. The firm only has seller clients. The firm will only allow sellers to hire the firm, period. Buyers, no agency. Buyers will always be customers. And so, guys, even if I am the agent who went out and procured a seller client for this firm, everybody in the firm works for every seller client of the firm. Okay? So that's single agency, seller agency. Okay? Perfectly legal, no problem. Okay? Now, y'all, there are some of these out there, and they're kind of like little boutique-y, kind of real estate companies. They only take buyer clients. They do no listings. Okay. Now, y'all, when buyer agency first came out into the forefront back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a whole bunch of these that popped up, because it was new and, so now, yeah, okay, not so much, but they're still out there. Okay. And it's perfectly legal. It's single agency, but the only client we'll ever have will be a buyer. We take no listings whatsoever. We only create agency with buyers. So again, y'all, if buyers are our only clients, we never have a seller client. We're never going to have two clients in one transaction. So we're never going to have a dual. That's why it's called single agency. And yes, there are some buyer agency only companies out there. That's what they do. Okay. You're never going to be a dual. And that's what it looks like. Agency only with buyers. Sellers will always be customers. No agency relationship. But then, guys, this is most of us now. Dual agency. Now, y'all, you can only have dual agency with an in-house deal. If you've got two different firms, there's no way that can be dual agency. Okay? No way. If we got one firm and we have a buyer client and a seller client in the same firm, goodness gracious, you're trying to serve two masters. That's called dual agency. And let me tell you this, y'all, it's the highest risk real estate you'll ever do. Yeah, it is. It is the highest risk real estate you'll ever do. Okay. Okay. The time is now 1:08. And so we're going to go take that last break. And if you'll be back at 1:18, we're gonna finish up on these policies, okay? Sorry, y'all. I left out the 1. We weren't supposed to be back to 118. Okay. You still got a couple of minutes. Okay, don't forget to put something in the chat and turn the cameras on. Hey guys, don't forget, if you don't put something in the chat, you might get left out on getting counted. Make sure you put something in there. Mm. Mylene, is that how you say it? Could you please put something in the chat for me? I didn't see where you had put anything in the chat, so I can check you all. I think that's it. Okay, y'all, back to it. Mylene, make sure that it's to everyone or to me. If you're sending it to another student in the class, I won't see it and I won't be able to count you. So make sure that blue where it says 2 in the chat box says, if you click on that down arrow, you have the opportunity to either put everyone or Nancy. Make sure you make it to me or to everyone so that I see where you have logged. There you go. Thank you, darling. I do that all the time. When I went to tell y'all on the first break when to come back, I just sent it to one person. Thank you. Okay. All right. Dual agency. Now, y'all, let me explain this to you. I had an agent that just absolutely wanted to argue me up and down about this. Okay. They had one buyer client and one seller customer in the same transaction. Y'all, is that dual agency? Listen to my words. They had one buyer client and one seller customer. Is that dual agency? No, it's not. Guys, to be dual agency, it's got to be two clients in the same transaction. There has to be a conflict, okay, for it to be dual agency. Okay, so if I have one customer and one client, nope, not dual. Not dual. But if I have two clients, but just because I have two clients in the same firm, that's not dual either. It doesn't become dual until there is a conflict between them. Okay, it's the conflict that creates the dual agency. Two clients, same transaction. Okay, so here we are, and our firm has the policy that we do buyer agency and we do seller agency. Okay, so we bring in buyer clients and seller clients all the time. Now, because of that, y'all, are we going to have the likelihood of becoming dual? Yeah. But we will not become dual until a buyer client of our firm becomes interested in a seller client's home and they want to put in an offer. Okay, now we got a conflict. It's an in-house sale. Now, here's the deal, y'all. It doesn't matter whether, okay, let's just say this licensee, okay, who is affiliated with the firm, goes out and procures the seller. Okay, so that seller is a client of the firm. And then this licensee goes out and procures this buyer client. Okay, so this buyer client is a client of the firm. Now that is not dual. Okay, you can have seller clients and buyer clients all day long, and it's not dual. It's not dual until there is a conflict. Okay, there has to be a conflict of interest. Now, what if this is the agent who went out and procured this seller client, and this agent went out and procured that buyer client? Can we do that? Yeah. Is that dual agency? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. That's dual agency. And if your company has a policy to do dual agency, you can do that all day long. It doesn't have to be two different agents in the office to be dual. It can be the same agent with both buyer and seller. That's dual, or two agents, one with the buyer, one with the seller. But when that seller and that buyer have a conflict, it's dual agency. And y'all, if the firm's a dual, Everybody in the firm's a dual. Sure are. Okay. Now. Okay. Hello. Okay. So we have buyer agency being practiced in the firm. We have seller agency being practiced in the firm. And when there is a conflict of interest between the two clients, that's when we're in the dual agency situation. Okay. Now, in order to have legal dual agency, it must be disclosed. Undisclosed dual agency is always illegal. Always. It has to be fully disclosed. Now, remember what that $7 word means? To tell. So I have to tell the seller that we are a dual agency company, and he has to give me permission to be a dual agent. I have to tell the buyer that we are a dual agency company, and that buyer has to give me permission to be a dual agent. And then when I find out that I'm in dual agency because of the conflict of the two clients, I have to tell them both again, I am in a dual agency position. You gave me permission, Mr. Seller. You gave me permission, Mr. Buyer. But now I need to let you know we're in a dual agency position. And guys, not only do I have to tell, do I have to disclose, they have to understand what that means to them. And they have to give me permission to do it. And that permission must be in writing. Y'all, unless I have what's called WIC, written, informed consent, I'm doing dual agency illegally. I gotta have WIC. Yep, sure do. Now, remember what our agency basis is? It's common law of agency. And guess what, y'all? In common law of agency, there are no limitations in being a dual agent. No. In common law of agency, hey, you can be dual agents all day long. And just because you represent a seller and just because you represent a buyer, well, you're still going to be an exclusive agent for each one of them. So if the seller tells you something, you run over here and tell the buyer. If the buyer tells you something, you run over here and tell the seller. Could you imagine that in real estate? Oh, my lands. Oh, no. So, because common law never limits what you can and cannot do as a dual agent. So what we had to do was we had to put it in the contracts. And y'all, the 2T, okay, the listing agreement, the buyer agency agreement, yeah. It says it in there. Yeah. The limitations. And y'all, the limitations are, okay, and I'm going to show it to you in the, well, why didn't, I don't know why it disconnected. There it is. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so let me do a new share. There it is. Okay, so this is the listing agreement. And basically, y'all, same thing in the buyer agency agreement, just instead of saying seller, 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 it says buyer, 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 basically the same thing. Okay. And so you get on over here and it's toward the end. Dual agency under paragraph 17. Here's what it's saying. Hey, seller, common law of agency does not limit what we can and cannot do and what we can and cannot say as a dual agent, but this contract will. And here's what this contract says. We're not going to talk about. We are not going to talk about these three things. We are not going to talk about any kind of term, price, anything other than what is per se published. If the seller tells me as the listing agent, Nancy, I know we got a price tag on there, $350, but I'm in dire straits here. If I get an offer for $325, I'll take it. Now, y'all, if there were no limitations on dual agency, what would I have to do? I'd have to run and tell that buyer, seller just told me he'd take $325. Okay, no, guys, we can't do that. So we don't talk about that. We don't talk about price or terms in any shape, form, or fashion if we find ourselves in a dual agency position. Okay? If the buyer has said, you know what? I'm going to offer $330, but I'll go to $345 if I have to. Y'all, if there were no limitations, I'd have to run to the seller. Hey, buyer's making an offer of $330, but they'll pay for $345. No, you can't do that. So we're setting it up right here where both the buyer and the seller are going to contractually agree. We're not talking about these three things listed right here. We're not going to talk about the motivation. Why is the seller selling? Why is the buyer buying? Nope. If they have given us that information, that's confidential and we will not talk about it. And number 3, we will not talk about confidential information that that client has given to us and told us basically it's confidential, shut up about it. Okay. I won't talk about it. So guys, if we're dual agencies, that's what we don't talk about those 3 things. Not on the buyer side, not on the seller side. So really and truly, guys, that does limit what we can and cannot say or do for our clients. Our loyalty, it gets kind of split. We're trying to serve 2 masters here. Now, do we do this all the time? Yes. Do we do it correctly all the time? Well, maybe not. And you know what? It really doesn't matter whether we do it right. It matters what the public perceives. And y'all, I can't tell you how many times I've had people tell me, I'll never do that dual agency again. Oh, that's the worst thing you could ever do. I had my house listed and they brought me a buyer that was their client too. And as soon as I signed that contract, they didn't any more care about me than a man in the moon. They only cared about that stupid buyer, the buyer this and the buyer that. And, oh, we got to do this for the buyer. They dropped me like a hot potato. And y'all, whether they did or didn't, if that's the perception of the public, that is what it is. This is why I'm telling you, it's the highest risk real estate you will ever do. Guys, you're walking a tightrope. In dual agency. and you best not slip and fall. Yeah. So those are the three things we do not talk about as a dual agent. Price and
Nancy.
terms, motivation, or anything else that they have shared with us and indicated it is confidential.
So Nancy, what would be the things that you would discuss then as a dual agent?
Really and truly, to be honest with you, what you have to kind of do is back up and treat them both as customers. I mean, you really kind of do. I mean, because like I said, the loyalty is split, you know, and you're supposed to be their advocate. You're supposed to be acting in their best interest. But if their best interest is okay for them, but it hurts the other guy, well, I'm working for the other guy too, so I can't do that because it's going to hurt this guy. So I basically kind of have to back up and just kind of be honest and fair to both without being an advocate to either one.
Have you ever practiced that before?
I have, yes.
Was
And
it difficult for you to do it?
I have done it successfully, you know, but you have just got to be so careful about what you say, you know, what you do, because if there's even the slightest hint that you are being more loyal to one than the other, whoa, that one is going to get ticked off, and then you're going to have a war on your hands, and yeah. So,
I have a
you know,
question.
here's the thing, y'all. You can see that, you know, this is not really the best thing for the consumer. And so the Real Estate Commission came up with a solution to modify dual agency to make it go back to being consumer concentric, the best thing for the consumer. And that is down here where it is called designated agency. Designated agency is a form of modifying dual back to exclusive representation, not dual representation anymore. Okay. Giving that buyer back their advocacy, you being able to advise them. You no longer work for that seller, and the seller agents over there, they no longer work for your buyer. The buyer and the seller go back to having their own agents. That's called designated agency. Now, there are two different policies. You have dual agency as a policy. And if your firm has that as its policy, you cannot do designated. Can't do it. Even though it may be the best thing for the consumer, you can't do it if it's not your company's policy. Now, why would a company not do that? Because as a dual agent, okay, we can't talk about those three things, right? We can't talk about price and terms. We can't talk about motivation, and we can't talk about anything that was said by that client that was considered confidential. Okay. So y'all, here's the deal. If I work for a company that their policy is dual agency, that if I'm standing at the coffee pot, you know, we're sitting in the break room, y'all, we can talk about anything we want to about our clients. Okay. Anything we want to. I can tell that agent with my office, yeah, this guy, he accepted an offer for 10 grand less, but the buyer's financing fell through, so it's back on the market. And y'all, lo and behold, that agent ends up with a buyer client who wants to put an offer in on that house. But y'all, we practice dual, so that agent can't tell that buyer that. And so, you You know, the BIC is the protector of the information. The BIC has the responsibility of keeping the client's confidential information confidential. And so some BICs don't want to take home that liability that a couple of agents in the office may have had that conversation. And if they practice designated and that agent found out about that seller, you know, willing to take different terms, you know, after designation occurred, they would have no choice but to go back and tell their client what they heard. And the BICs would be responsible because confidential information got found out about the other party in-house. So a lot of BICs don't want that kind of liability. So they just say, we're just not going to do that designated. We don't want to be in the hot seat to protect the client's confidential information. We're just going to do dual and it's automatically going to be protected because we can't talk about those three things no matter what. But guys, it is better for the consumer to move through dual and into designated. It's more consumer friendly. But your BIC has to make that decision as to what policy they want to adopt for practice of agency. So if the seller initials here and here, you know, the husband and the wife, you know, there's two places to initial, then they will allow dual agency to occur, okay? Now, he can say that even though he has approved the firm to be a dual agent, that his listing agent cannot be the agent for him and the agent for the buyer. So if the listing agent did end up with having that buyer as a client, and now that buyer wanted to, you know, put an offer in on this client's house, then that listing agent would have to refer that buyer to somebody else because the seller said, no, not going to let you do that. Okay. But the seller can also say, absolutely not. I'm not going to allow it. I am going to require you be my exclusive representative, no dual agency, period. And y'all, if they initial down here, then you're going to have to adhere to what they have told you they will do. That's it. So if you got a buyer client and they want to go look at this listing, you're going to have to tell them no, that this seller will not allow dual agency, and you can't show it to them. Now, again, if you do have designated agency, which means you will, and guys, in order to initial here, you have to initial here. You have to get permission to be dual before you can get permission to be designated, because you always start out in dual, and doing dual is modified by the company into designated. And I'm going to show you what that is. Okay. Okay. We don't talk about these three things. Remember, guys, this is what I just showed you in the listing agreement, which is your agency contract with the seller. Basically says the same exact thing in the buyer agency contract, you know, except where it says seller in the listing, it says buyer in the buyer agency. Okay. And y'all, they have to give you permission to be dual for you to be a dual agent. Without permission, you can't do it. Okay. So what is this modifying? Okay. Here's what's going to happen. Okay. We have a listing where we have these seller clients. Okay. And this is the licensee in the company that procured this seller client. Okay, so who is the agent? The firm. Over here, we have a licensee who procured this buyer client. Now, who is the agent of the buyer client? The firm. Okay. Now, this buyer client becomes interested in the seller's house, both clients. And now this buyer wants to write an offer. Okay, we got a conflict between two clients in the same firm. Y'all, that's dual all day long. Okay? All day long, same transaction, dual agency all day long. And y'all, the firm's a dual, the BIC's a dual, and everybody in the firm's a dual. But if they practice designated, here is how that dual will get modified. It will get modified because what will happen is this BIC will go to this agent that procured that buyer. And they'll ask that agent, hey, do you know anything about that seller? No, I sure do not. Okay, I'm going to take you out of dual agency, and you are going to go back to being the exclusive agent of this buyer only. You will no longer represent this seller. Then the BIC's going to go to this agent who procured that seller client. And they're going to ask that seller agent, hey, do you know anything about this buyer? No, sir, I don't know anything about that buyer. Have no confidential information about that buyer. Okay, then I'm going to snatch you out of dual and put you out here, and you will exclusively represent your seller. You will not be a dual agent. This buyer's agent will not be a dual agent. However, the firm, the BIC, and all the other licensees will still be dual. But guys, if this BIC had come and said to this buyer, agent who procured this buyer, and said, hey, do you know anything about that seller? Well, yeah, I was in the break room the other day when that seller's agent said he'd take 20,000 less, than list. Okay, well, you can't be designated. No, you can't be designated if you know confidential information, can't do it. So guys, guess what? In that case, one of two things can happen. This buyer agent could refer this buyer to another agent in the office who doesn't know stuff about that seller. And designation could occur with that agent. But you know what? This agent isn't going to be too keen on giving up their buyer client. So here's the deal, y'all. Don't ever promise consumers designated agency. Oh, well, yeah, if we end up in dual, we'll always do designated. Okay, no, do not let those words come out of your mouth, because if that happens and this happens, you may end up having to give up that client to make it work.
Let me
So
ask you a
here's how I
question.
explain it. What, baby?
I know this is not with dual, but it kind of is. When you were showing us those MLS listings, there was a space on there that said that the client would entertain an offer between such and such and such and such. Well, if they put that in there, wouldn't that also show somebody in the office that has access to that, what they would be willing to accept, like you just said?
I mean, the reality of it is I can put anything I want to in the remarks in MLS.
Okay.
But here's what the law says. If my buyer wants me to write an offer, I have to write an offer for that buyer. And it doesn't matter whether that offer matches what they said in MLS or not. I
Right, but
have
you-
to, go ahead.
Right, but you just said, talking around the water cooler, I know they'll take $20,000 less, but you wouldn't want to put that in an MLS, just like talking around the water cooler, you're.
Oh, no, I mean,
Take
now,
less.
the reality, and again, I mean, remember paragraph 6 in the listing? Paragraph 6 did what? It defined the ready, willing, and able buyer. And that was the buyer that was willing to meet their list price. But it also said any other terms that were acceptable by the seller. So if the seller wants to accept an offer for less than list, he absolutely has that ability. But unless I have the seller's permission, I can never divulge to anyone that my seller is willing to take less than list. Now, if my seller tells me to do it, he is giving, and y'all, that's a lawful command. Then, really and truly, he ought to reduce the list price instead of telling me to put it in the remarks that he'll take $10,000 less. Okay? But if he tells me to do it, it's legal, so I have to do it. Okay, did that answer your question?
I mean, not really, but
Okay, all right, well, that's how I understood. Go ahead and run that question by me again.
you're talking about giving away knowledge, and I understand that part. But if you don't want to give away knowledge, why are you writing it in the MLS for somebody to see it? I mean, you
Why
wouldn't want to put private knowledge in an MLS that anybody could see if it's the same knowledge that somebody as a dual agent isn't supposed to see.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I don't understand why anybody would ever put that kind of information in MLS. But you saw it in one of the ones that I showed you.
Well, it said client would like between such and such and such and such.
Well, again, a client can tell you he wants between a certain range. And again, with the client's permission, you can put anything in there you want.
I just thought that was strange.
And
It's listed
yes,
for,
I would have counseled my client, no, let's not do that.
yeah, I thought that was strange to see that. in
Yes,
there.
yes, that I would have absolutely counseled them to, no.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right. Now, y'all, there's two other ways that designated agency can't happen, okay? If I'm a BIC and I'm a practicing BIC, I list and sell, okay? And I have a PB that I'm supervising. And let's just say I have a listing and a PB has a buyer. Okay. They're both clients. And now this PB's client wants to write an offer on my listing. Okay. Guys, are we in dual agency? Absolutely. Can we move through dual in this case into designation? Absolutely not. Y'all, I supervise that BIC. That BIC has got to be free to come to me and tell me anything to get my advice. And therefore, I cannot be designated up against my PB when they may have to come to me and ask me a question that may give me confidential information. So it can't happen. Law will not allow it. So a PB can never go up against a BIC in designated agency. Can we stay in dual? Absolutely. Can we go to closing as dual? Absolutely. We had to have permission to be dual before we could get permission to be designated. So we've already got their permission to be in dual. We just stay in dual. We don't move through dual into designated. And again, if it's one agent that has both the buyer client and the seller client, then guys, y'all, they couldn't be designated on either side. Because if they try to get designated as a buyer's agent, y'all, they know stuff about the seller. So the BIC can't designate them. If they wanted to be designated as a seller agent, they know stuff about the buyer. So he couldn't designate them to be a buyer's agent. One agent with both the buyer and the seller can't do designated agency. So y'all don't promise. Here's what I say. We have a form of dual agency called designated agency. And in designated agency, in certain circumstances, will allow us to go back to being an exclusive agent for you and for the other consumer. But there is times when that can't happen. And so we may end up having to stay in dual and going to closing in dual. But we will try our very best to always do designated agency whenever it can happen. That's what I tell them. I don't make any promises because these three can't do it. Can't do it. Okay. And we really are not going to have enough time, but I will run through this real quick. Okay, here is a firm, and they are the listing firm. They have a client who is a seller. Okay. And here is Beware Realty. Out of house, different company altogether, okay? So we have this buyer that comes in to Beware Realty, and this buyer says, nope, not gonna hire you. Not even orally, don't want an agent, I only want to be a customer. So y'all, in order for that to happen, whoever is working as that licensee in Beware has got to have ABC as the listing firm and the seller's permission to work for that seller, okay? And guys, that agency is gonna go, okay, from ABC to the seller to Beware and to the licensee in Beware. And now ABC and this seller are going to be liable for that agent in Beware Realty's activities. Yep. Yep. So let's just say that ABC, okay, the agent that procured this seller, seller told them something that was, you know, a disclosure that would have to be told to any potential buyer. And seller told the agent at ABC, and knowing that this agent at Beware was going to be working with this buyer, that agent told this agent at Beware, and that agent didn't tell this buyer. Who's liable? The seller and ABC Realty. They're liable for the actions of this licensee and Beware Realty. Y'all, that's a lot of liability. This is seller subagency, where you allow other firms to represent your sellers. And y'all, that's a lot of liability for you and your seller. And that's why a lot of these companies don't do that as a policy. Well, guys, I hope that you have enjoyed our time together today. And Julie will have this recorded, and I think she said she was gonna put it on her YouTube channel. And I wish you all the absolute best. I want every one of y'all to pass that test and get out there and have a great career in real estate. Have a wonderful day. What's left of it? If anybody does have any questions, they're welcome to stay.